Hello, everyone. I hope you are doing well today. Uh, Checking to see. I should mention I did publish a puzzle recently, the Cycles of Time and Tide. Uh, if you want over on LMD, that is posted. I'd encourage you. It seems to be doing well, actually. I think it's my best performing puzzle in a while. It ended up at 4 stars. I wasn't sure where it would end up. I'm quite glad, actually, that I reworked it because at first, uh, I was like not quite happy with the second half, and then some testers were like, "I really like the first half, but not the second half," and so I was like, "Okay, I'll redo it," and so I redid it in a more Zeta fashion, and so now I'm quite happy with it. I think Belzeta was one of the first solvers, actually. Anyway, Jennifer has been a member for 18 months, so let's get Jennifer a dance. Do 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 woohoo! Do 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 woohoo! Do 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 woohoo! Boo boo do boo boo do boo do boo boo do boo waha! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Uh, let's see. I see David has a new icon, which I'm trying to decide because it's so small what it is. I admit, like all these icons. Oh, I can't see the clues on the right. Okay, yeah, I can do that. I think. I just have to click the window until it's this window. Is that a little better? They do, for some reason, overlap slightly with the rules, so it is going to end up slightly. It's going to look a little wonky due to the way it imported. Oh, the bottom clue is just outright missing. Oh, very, very true. Uh, that's going to make this much harder when I start referring to the fact that when I start referring to the 11 at the bottom, or more likely, when I don't notice that there's a clue at the bottom either, uh, then that will happen. Let's see. Do I have anything else to say? We continue to post the playthroughs on the channel of Blueprints and Lingo. Soon to be Lorelei and the Laser Eye, which I highly recommend if you've not seen, and Lingo 2, which is also very fun. It's a mouse from Magic the Gathering? Is it the God, what is the mechanic from Bloomborough? The one that just got banned in standard? Uh let's see, but yeah, I realize that I have like my visions of what everyone's icon actually is, and quite often I think they're just like completely wrong. Like Emma's in my head has always been a cat, but it could really be anything. Uh, I'm pretty sure Jennifer's is a glass of whiskey, and Isabella's is actually a cat. Uh, I think ELSF's is just two chat bubbles that say hi. Oh, a mouse token from Thrones of Eldraine. Awesome. Uh, it's two cats curled up together. Okay. So it's not a single cat. I actually just made an old fashioned last night. So good choice. Good choice. Uh, I'm doing better than I think. Okay, well, that's good. Uh, yes, but where is it from? That I do not know, ELSF. Uh, that I do not know. I think Laura's is a portrait. Yeah, although last night all my shot glasses were dirty, so I just sort of eyeballed it, and I will say I did not eyeball it well when I was doing my ratio of. I used simple syrup in mine to whiskey, but your cat is from an anime. Heavy on the whiskey is never a bad thing. Yeah, that's fair. I also think I might have been heavy on the bitters more so, but I'm not quite sure. But yeah. All right. So I think this is maybe the earliest, but we got a declaration of what the first digit dance would be before I even went live. From a web cartoon to Netflix TV show. Uh, uh, okay, your thing is for a Discord icon from each new magic set. That's very nice. Yeah, I'd say the piece of magic art that I most identify with, or that I most have used as like backgrounds and things like that, is Goblin War Driver from I think it's Goblin War Driver. The like Choo Choo with Battle Cry that just looks so. Let's see if I can pull it up. Uh, uh, Goblin War Driver. Uh, let's see if this shows up on screen in any way that anyone can tell. It does not show up in screen in any way that anyone can tell what it is. How can I don't know. I think there's a way to make it happen. But anyway, this guy, he looks so scrappy and happy. Anyway, that is my my one. Try cardamom bitters. Ooh, interesting. Alrighty, so the declaration was made that I can place 5 in box 5 based on the idea that these green lines are probably German whisper lines, which they are. So we need to keep digits next to each other along green lines at least 5 apart. And ergo, this digit is a 5 because you can't be 5 away from 5. And therefore, we can bring out Zach for the 5 dance. Ba-boop, ba-doop. Whoa. Ba-doop, ba-doop. Wah. Ba-doop, ba-doop. Wee. Ba-doop, 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 ba-doop. Wah-ha! Thank you, Zach. I'm down AFK. That sounds good. Yeah, we can make a thread for, or a channel for MTG card art discussion and a thread for cocktail recipes. Hey, Vish. Yeah, so the this 32 xsum, so I should say this is an xsum, and so just to explain what this means, it depends entirely on what this digit is. And so if this digit is a 6, this 32 here says that the sum of the first 6 digits in this row is 32. All right. And so this, for example, it couldn't be 4, because if I sum 4 numbers, the most I can get is 30. Never mind if one of the 4 numbers is a 4. So this has to be at least 5, but as previously noted, 5 doesn't work. So this is certainly high. Now, it's not going to be 9, I will reveal for you as well, nor is it going to be 8. If it were 9, the clue would just be 45. And if it were 8, the max or the minimum sum that 8 can sum to is 36. So anyway, so that gives us that all of these are high and all of these are low. And this one can only be a 1 or a 2. Okay, now for 11, the most that this can be is actually 3. So we're going to go ahead and grab this. I should mention, by the way, that this puzzle is by Black Doom. I'm terrible. A few people have mentioned actually mentioning the title and name of the setter. This is Whirlpool by Black Doom. And so it's being pointed out that 1 is probably not likely to be the first digit. I agree 1 is unlikely to be the first digit. This is, oh, this can't be 2 either. This is only 3 or 4. Just to do those. And let's see, this has got to be, again, at least 6. Again, now I do actually have to say that you can make 4 numbers add to 30, but not if one of them is a 4. So now I actually have to say that this is 6, 7. Certainly not 8 or 9. It would be too big. So that gets me that these are orange and these are blue. There we go. Unlikely to be 5 because it's on a German, or because it's on a German whisper. Speaking of which, this digit is green. Okay, so okay, so now we have an interesting observation here that these clues sort of are related by the outies around the outside. So if this is a 7, then I need these 2 digits to add to 15, which is not, in fact, possible. Because if this is a 7, it's saying these digits add to 30. So since the whole row adds to 45, these two would add to 15. That would make this one an 11 or a 12, which short of doublers or some shenanigans is not going to work. And so this is a 6, which you'd think we get a digit dance for, but that digit dance was unfairly stolen by this 5. So no 6y dance for you. Hey, missing deck. How are you doing? Okay, yeah, and so missing points out same thing here. This is like the two of you together, right? Since I think it's like missing a few cards in full deck, so missing deck must be both together. So yeah, if this were a 7, I would need these two to sum to 13, which is going to be a problem without this being a 10 or 11. So this can't be 7 either. That's a 6 and a 1. Maybe full cards will show up later. Okay, excellent. I love that. I hope that happens. Let's see. The moment just full deck. Okay, let's see. So so now this is a 6, which means that these 3 digits do add to 13. Okay, so that certainly means these two add to a maximum of 5. So this one needs to be at least 8, just an even for that to happen. Yeah, 1, 3 would just work. So this can get away with being a 1. But one of these is definitely a 3, right? If neither of these is a 3, then these only sum to 3. So that's actually quite potent, because if one of these is a 3, that means this also has to be 8, 9. And so these are actually an 8, 9 pair. So that's very interesting, I would think. I mean, it means this can't be a 2 anymore. That's why. Okay, very cute. Very nice setting here, Black Doom. By the way, I never actually wrote out or read out who voted for this puzzle. The mouse token is adorable. Okay. Sorry, this puzzle was voted for, I should say, by David, Russ, Josh, Nell, Luda, and Nordy. So huge thank you for all your supports. Wait, no, sorry, that was the last one. Sorry, this one was voted for by Screaming Ice Cube, David, Russ, Luda, Doomdiot, and Nordy. Slight different group of people. Throw in Doomdiot there. But anyway, appreciate all of your support. Thank you. And by the way, if you do have voting privileges, you should definitely get in there and vote for some stuff. Anyway, what we were saying before I remembered that I forgot that is that this can't be a 2 anymore, because the only way this would work as a 2 is if that were a 9. So this is a 3. Which makes these two now sum to 8. And they can't be 3, 5, so they're either 2, 6 or 1, 7. However, they're not 2, 6. Sven is happy to tell me, because there's a 6 up here. So, in fact, they're actually 7 and 1, and we even know the order. We are spoiled here. So now that's a 2. Now this is the other 8, 9 for the row, because 2 only goes next to 7, 8, and 9. Let's see. Okay, so now this is a 1 or a 4 only. Okay. And now we can actually fill in what these outies are, because these outies now need to sum to 13, and so in fact that's an 8, and that's a 9, and that's an 8. And if that's an 8, then that's a 1. Very good. Okay, now these 3 add to 15. So this can't be as small as 1, because of these 3 adding to 15. Because if this were a 1 plus 4, that would still need this to be a 10. So this is from a 2 or a 3. And so therefore, and in fact, actually, if this is a 3 and this is a 2, that doesn't work either. So this just has to be a 4. because if this is a 3 and a 2, that doesn't work. So 4 is necessary, which does mean that's a 9. Makes this a 7 or an 8. So 4 in a 3-cell sum to 12 is forced. It has to be 1, 2, 4, 5. Yeah, so 1, 2, 5 is what these are. And so these digits are not 1, 2, 4, 5. They're the other ones. 3, 6, 7, 8, 9. The 3 probably doesn't go in either of these. And in fact, this is a naked 3. If I fill in that. So we now get that. Yes. Missing deck pointing out that probably hard for this to be a 1 or a 2. Unless I'm willing to put a 22 in this cell. So this is, in fact, just the 5. This is a beautiful puzzle, by the way. These up here. So that is a 2 and a 1. Let's see. So that's a 3 now, which makes that an 8, because despite what AI will tell you, 3 and 7 are not 5 apart. So this is a 1 or a 2, and it's not a 1, so it's a 2. Okay, I know there's a 5 over down here. Okay, so we've got, if I start marking these off, we've got this one done. We've got this one done. We've got this one done. Right, this one we didn't finish the outies here, because these need to add to 15, so that just is an 8. Oops, it's not purple. It is an 8, though. 7 and 9 was next to a 3, and I started, oh, believe me, we have all been there, Laura. Okay, so now that one's done. I probably should also write in what this could be, because this is at most 6, at least 4. So this can only be 4 or 5, actually, if you look at this 21. I should probably fill in. 5 is kind of interesting, but I don't think interesting enough yet. Oh yeah, these are known because these are the only remaining highs in the column. So these are just an 8-9 pair. Very good. Thank you to the few who mentioned that. And now Missing points out and David points out, where does 2 now go in this column? In fact, actually 2 is looked at by this cell. So in fact, this is a 2, which means this is the other 4, 5 in the column. For what it's worth. And so now 2 in this box is now here. This box meaning box 3, just by Sudoku, that's a 2. Let's see, can I do any more Sudoku? It doesn't look like there's any more Sudoku to do. Good point. Yeah, this can only be a 3, AFK points out, because it's next to 8 and 9, so it can only be 1, 2, or 3, but 1 and 2 are gone, so 3 is all that's left. Okay, and so now if I look at these 5, those sum to 23, so these sum to 22, which means that these sum to 20 and these sum to 17, which means that these are an 8-9 pair by math. And so that's a 9 and that's an 8, and that lets me blue this cell. That's a 9. That isn't. Oh, and so now that's an 8. Right. Box 5 has a 4 in it somewhere. Is Emma and David and Martin and Missing Deck's point. And where is that 4? Well, it's definitely on a whisper, so it has to go next to a 9. So in fact, as soon as this is a 9, we actually know this is a 4. And so this whisper needs to have a low one, and it's not a 2, 3, or a 4, so it's a 1, and the 1 can't go there. So that's a 1. And now, by the same argument, 6 needs to go in this box somewhere, and where does it go? Well, it has to go next to the 1, so it has to go there. And so these are the 2, 3, 7, 8 collective. Also, interestingly enough, one of these two digits is the 7 for the row, and therefore these digits aren't 7, which is quite potent because it means that one's 8, that one's 9, and that one's 7, which now makes that a 2 because it has to go next to a 7, and places the 2 into box 5. 2 needs to go with 7 because otherwise I'm going to have to put the 7 with the 3, which despite Laura and I's best efforts doesn't work. And so these are 3 and 8, which have to go in this order. Okay, so now, can this possibly be 4 and 3? That would make these two add to 14. No, that's not possible, because the 9 in the row is already gone. So this being 4 no longer works. So this is a 5. It's because 14 would be 5 plus 9, but the 9 in the row is gone. So now these 5 add to 21. So therefore, these 3 add to 24, which means these 2 add to 8, which means this is a 6. If I did that math correctly, which means these digits involve a 1, which has to go there, and a 4, which has to go here. And that is also a 4. And now, I think that's right what AFK said. I think now every clue is done. And so we can hit mark and hope. Let's see. So this seems to be a 1 and a 3. So these are both blue. This seems to be a 4. So it is also known as blue. Let's see, not a 4. None of these are 4. That's not a 4 either. That's not 4 either. That's a 5-6 pair, so that's blue. And it's a 2. That's a 5-7 pair, so that's blue, and that's orange. Namely, that's 4 and that's 7 is what I saw. This is a 5-7 pair, so this is a 6. Okay, I don't know whether it was good or bad that my Sudoku career started with me looking at grids like this. Okay, so that's a 4-5 pair, so that's a 9, and that's an 8. And that is our Casey Green. These are both high. That's low. That's the Casey Green. Hey, Playmaker, how are you doing? Thank you for the nice comment on the recent puzzle, by the way. I always love the comments. Uh-oh. 4 is not orange, I'm being told. Interesting if true. Okay, so this is orange, and this is blue. Let's see. Okay, 6 and 4. Hey, Sonalita, how are you doing? These are orange. That is green. Yeah, I liked the second version better. I think it's the first puzzle I've ever set that had a palindrome in it, actually. Yeah, for me, it's like, if you're gonna throw away the coloring, you have to make sure that it is that. Sonalita, I actually downloaded Neurocopy World just last night because it was on sale with the Steam sale, and I did, I don't know, 100 levels or something. Because it turns out that the earlier levels are straightforward, but I'm enjoying it a lot, and it's interesting how much my brain and my scanning for Neurocopy does not translate when there's a pretty island, and I keep like not seeing things for a bit that I would see if it were just like black on white, which is interesting just psychologically. Let's see, that's going to be orange. This is going to be orange, and that's going to be blue. Oops. Da-dee-dee-da-dee-da. Oh, oh, hey, Black Doom, how are you doing? Oh wow, I was the one who saw the letters in the right order. That never happens. I learned today that or sorry, yesterday I think it was Tristan told me in Blueprints that the name of the kingdom is God, I can't even remember what I thought it was, but that it's got like a whole extra letter in it that at no point did I come anywhere close to seeing or saying. Right, I said Ordina literally the entire playthrough. And then Tristan is like, it's Ordinia. And I was flabbergasted that that there was an extra I in there that had been sneaking around the whole time. Uh, it is reality defining, but this definitely gets a lot of people with that especially with people whose names show up in chat, that I will miss a letter or something, then it'll lock in my brain, and then anyway, it can happen. Multiple 2-cell thermos in today's CTC video, but the puzzle is from 2021. Wow. I didn't even know Sudoku existed in 2021. All right, I'm going to take a real quick break, really, just to find a puzzle, and I'll be back in just a moment. So see you all in just a second. Hello and welcome back. Oh no, the screen I need to nudge again. Now that the grid doesn't have, I need to put on row column numbers before I sort of set this up. I need to just shrink this is basically what I need to do, I think. Yeah, there we go. I can shrink it and then I can move it down like that. There we go. That looks better. Can probably make it a little bigger than that, just a little. There we go. And then nudge it to the right a little bit. There we go. The turbines have a rare power, which is that they can request puzzles. So this puzzle was actually requested by Nell. So I'm happy to do it. Don't tell Nell, but I probably would have done it anyway when I saw that there was a James Sinclair 10 lines S cell puzzle. But anyway, this is dedicated to Nell. So let's have a look at the rules here. As I recall, it's not quite 10 lines. So let's see. So we need to fill each row, column, and box with the digits 0 to 9 once each, with exactly one cell in every row, column, box containing 2 digits. Basically, that's how we're going to cram 10 digits in 9 cells. We're going to violate the pigeonhole principle or something, or apply the pigeonhole principle. I don't know. Divide each line into 1 or more segments containing values that sum to a non-zero multiple of 10, so that every cell on the line is part of exactly one segment. A value in a circle indicates the number of segments on its line. For counting purposes, lines are divided into the smallest possible increments. Hey, Nell, how are you doing? I was just mentioning that you requested this puzzle, so we are going to do it. I did not mention that I would have done this puzzle even if you hadn't requested it. That part did not get mentioned. Don't go back in the VOD and see if I said that or not. Thank you for your support. Let's see. Okay, and values in cells with inequality signs are greater than the values in all orthogonally adjacent cells. Okay. Okay, and it does specifically say non-zero multiple of 10, which was what I was concerned about, was going to be that there was going to be a like zero sum that counted as its own multiple of 10. Uh, the number of segments on its line. Okay, so all of these are non-S cells. Is the first thing that, hey James, how are you doing? These all have to be non-S cells because it says a value in a circle indicates the number of segments on its line. By the way, Black Doom, that puzzle was great. The previous puzzle, I'm more scattershot than usual. That can't be true, David says. How can there be more than one value in a circle? Oh, does it say the value? Oh, a cell's value is equal to the sum of the digits. Sorry, I didn't see that. Yeah, sorry. The cell's value is equal to the sum of its digits. Sorry, I was thinking that we're just counting everything. Okay, so yes, so perhaps instead what I should say, and by the way, I'm going to make this blue a little, it's gotten a little too blue over time. We're going to make it a little less. How about that? Is that still clearly visible to everyone that these are marked? While not being too overpowering. It's barely visible. Okay, I need to make it a little bit more blue. How about that? Oh, you can't see it at all now. There we go. I think that looks clear on my preview, at least. So this is my not an S cell color. And so because these two cells have the same value, they definitely need to have an S cell between them. Sonalita is asking the question about autofilling values. And so the answer is that it's an add-on that you can get. I think Tristan has a copy pasta or something to tell you how to get it. But it is quite handy for me. I like it. So we know that this box sums to 45 and all of it is on the line. And so this is either 5 or 15. I kind of want to ask what the rules resizer plugin does, but then I also feel like if I ask, you're going to say it resizes the rules, and then I am going to feel a wee bit silly. Okay, so this value is larger than these 4 cells. So the question is, this value is either 5 or 15. Is it possible that is it possible that it's 5? And then, well, it must be possible because someone in chat also points out that exactly the same thing happens over down here, where this cell needs to have a value of 5 or 15. And so these two cells both have a value of 5 or 15, which means one of them is a 5 and one of them is an S cell. Why is the letter tool on? Why, when I turned the letter tool off, does it resize the grid? Okay, it didn't that second time. Okay. I did not prove... Well, they can't both be the digit 5. The digit 5 goes in one of them. They can both have the value 5, for all that I know. Yeah, they can both, they can't both be S cells though. So one of them has to have the digit 5. So basically that means that these either sum to 40 or to 50. And a sum of at most 50 has at most 5, at most 5 sums. So these numbers are each at most 5. in terms of sum. Uh, uh, Sorry, 50 or 60. At most 6. Sorry, thank you. Uh, but keep in mind, Emma, that the sum, it could still be one sum. Like these could, I guess they can't both be 1. Uh, just because of this. This could be one sum. It could be one sum to 60 that just doesn't have any subdivisions. Because of the weird rules of the not quite 10 lines thing. It is worth noting that, yeah, these 3-cell lines have really tiny numbers of sums on them, because you can't even get up to 3. So these are always 1 or 2 in value. But they could have a stray 0 thrown in just recreationally. Now, I guess it's worth mentioning that means you definitely need to bunch these two together and bunch these two together on the line. So if this is a 2, that's an 8, and this is an S cell. Yeah, whichever of these is the actual digit does need to be written in 2 different ways. So that's why I said this one can't be one sum, but this one could be one sum. This one's got to be at least 3 sums. Oh, so by the way, there's no 0 in these, just so that, just for the record. Because if there were a 0 in one of these, I would have to repeat a digit. Okay. Yeah, it is true. We can't have 2 6s. Agree. This one has to have some splits in it. Oh, it's never 6. It's never 6 at all, because even though if the line sums to 60, it can't be 6 10s, because if the line sums to 60, this cell is a 15. So I can at least take the 6 off. That'll show me if we're trying to import my logic about S-cell stuff. Let's see. Hey, Ron. Let's see. Okay, so this one is certainly... Can this get as high as 4? There's no way this can be 4. If this were 4, so... But it could just get away with being 3. It can get away with being 3. Okay, so yeah, so does 5 really work down here is maybe a worthwhile question. I mean, I guess maybe it's worth noting these definitely link, these definitely link, these definitely link. I can't say that down here because this could be a 1-cell sum to 10. But there are no 1-cell sums to 10 in here, for example. So if you think about it, this is 10 total sums. And if there's 10 total cells. And so if there's 5 sums in this particular one, that means that it's 5 2-cell sums, because there are no cells here that can be a 1-cell sum to 10. That's not in general true in the puzzle, but it's true here. And is it a problem to have 5 2-cell sums to 10? No, because one of these cells... Oh, it is, because both of these values would be 5. And it's both of these values being 5 that's the problem. If both of these values... Because you'd have to put the two 5s together if you wanted to have 5 things. That's complicated, but it's true. If you wanted to have 5 two-cell sums to 10, you would need to have the two 5s together, and here, quite explicitly, the two 5s would not be together. So I agree it's not 5. Yes, so I agree with that. Okay, now, of course, if one of these is 15, the greater than fortress clue is not going to do a lot. But one of these is legitimately 5. And so whichever of these is legitimately 5 is throwing a ton of low digits into these cells. It's not hugely important to the puzzle, but I like that bit of logic. It is cute. Well, the problem is if you have two 5s, you have to bury both of the 5s in a 10 sum. And so whichever of 5 only gets buried with a 5, basically. Okay. So now that's quite interesting because now 3 and 4 are the only valid options, which means that these two cells definitely have a 1. Because remember, one of these is a two-cell sum. And they also definitely have a 3. Because if they don't have a 3, then you can make neither 3 nor 4. So this is somehow a bit that I end up using in my puzzles a lot, that if you have this sort of two-cell sum to 3 or 4, then there's always both a 1 and a 3 involved somewhere if you have like an arrow or whatever. And this is really just a like directionless arrow. And so none of these digits in this sum are 1 or 3. But one of them could, of course, be 0 for whatever that is worth. I've got to bury 1 and 3 in row 1 somewhere, but that doesn't feel too useful. Oh. Martin says if this is the S cell, we're going to have problems in this column, because if this is an S cell, then these both aren't S cells. And so these would be each from 1 or 2 or 3. But then this would have 2 values from 1, 2, 3. And so we would have 4 total values from 1, 2, 3 in these cells. That's crazy and cool. So this isn't the S cell, and this is. Okay, and so the 1 is not here. This cell definitely has a 1 in it. So we have the bizarre 1 corner marked in 1 cell thing. So this is not a 1. So this is going to break into at least 2 pieces. Oh, and it's not, none of these are S cells now, right? So this is not a 0 either. Just to be clear, these are not S cells either. Oh yeah, no 4 in the S cell. That's certainly also true. And this is a 3 or a 4. Let's see. Emma says the box 9 line is now 1 segment, but I don't understand why. Right, these are a 1, 2, 3 triple. That's a good point. Why am I afraid this puzzle will give some more funny ideas to Zeta? That's very possible. Oh, Emma means box 7? Box 7, I can see how this is connected to box 7 much better. Because yes, now this isn't 10. And so now this is one segment. And so this is from 0 or 1. Yes. I was only confused by the fact that it was box 9, and I was like, oh, somehow like this 2, 3, and this is like I was expecting some really complicated geometry looking at this cell, and was very excited to see how there was actually a 2, 3, 4, 5 quadruple looking at this cell. Yes, and this definitely contains a 1. And ergo, that's not a 1. Agree. So this has at least 2 cells in it. Or sorry, at least 2 lines. Row 4, column 4 does have to be a minimum of 5, but it's a little better than that. This has to be a minimum. It has to be either 5 or 15. Those are the only options for what this cell can be. Is what we previously proved. If this is 0, 1, does that break in some weird way with this column again? I don't think so. If this is a 5, this digit is quite small. This certainly has a 2 or a 3 in it, for whatever that is worth. Let's see. Martin says if both of these are a 5, then now we're saying all of these digits are less than 5, and all of these digits are less than or equal to 5, and so these are now a 6, 7, 8, 9 quadruple. Or sorry, these are now a 6, 7, 8, 9 something something. I agree. So one of these is a legitimate 5, and the other is an illegitimate 15. So it's not 5 and 5. I agree it is not 5 and 5. The fortress clue that contains a 15, I think we're not going to get a whole lot out of that. It is true, we can center mark these as 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's that I'd have to put all of 6, 7, 8, and 9 in these 3 cells is the problem. And I can't because none of them are S cells. Yeah, crazy S cell stuff. Although I framed it in a way that you didn't have to think about the S cell stuff to see what broke. But yeah, the certainly it is crazy S cell stuff. These cells definitely contain a 1-2 pair, I guess is the thing that I should say next. And I probably should ask where that 1-2 pair goes in box 5. Because they certainly don't go there. They don't go there or there anymore. It's getting pretty hard for this to have a 1 or a 2 in it. I'm not 100% sure it's impossible. It feels like this 1-2 pair is important, but I have no idea why. And I guess one thing I should do is I should extend this up. Because I know this is not a sum to 10. I should sort of continue doing this wherever possible. Well, it could be a 0, couldn't it, Tavid? Okay, and we do know These are a 1, 2, 3 triple. Seems worth noting. But this can always be a 0. Eckbert points out that if I don't, or if I put either of the 1, 2s in row 5, then these become a 1, 2 pair, and that becomes a 3. Otherwise, I have to make these the 1, 2 pair. I certainly put at most 1, 1, 2 in these cells. Do I really have to think about this being a 2? That is so annoying. So this is a 2, that's a 0, 1 pair, that's a 0, 1 pair. And that seems fine adjacent. Okay. But what Carl points out is even with that nonsense, I still can't make these two cells a 1, 2 pair. Because if I do, then this is the 2, and these are a 0, 1 pair. So I always do put a 1, 2 in one of these two cells. I don't know which one. And so whichever one it is, that makes a 1, 2 pair with this, possibly with a 0 joining in for fun, means this is never a 2, and means this has a value of 3. And so that looks up and gives me that this is a 4. And we get to bring out Zach for the 4 dance. Thank you, Zach. Thank you. It's just that maxes and mins are too ugly. That is my official theory as to why people don't like looking at maxes and mins. Just the way they're represented is too ugly. At least they don't have a gray background here. Like, I like the way you've made them look a little bit better, James, but they still look hideous. Yes. So now this is a 1, 3, and it is a true 1, 3. And so we have to remember this is simultaneously 1 and 3, so it looks over this and makes that a 2. So yes, so this line has 2 S cells on it because it must have 2 single cell sums to 10, because I only get 1 2-cell sum. And so since all of these cells are in this box, this has to be one of them. And now that one rules out all of the others, and so that has to be the other one. Yes, this is a very... I did not have S cells make a comeback on my 2025 bingo card, but what can you do? So this digit is just a 7 because we actually now know the division. And so that is a 7, and that's just a 3 because the S cell is there. This is not an S cell, so it's just a 1. We have an honest sum to 9 here. This double-digit sum is not 1, 9, 4, 6, or 3, 7, so it's 2, 8. Which removes the 2 from this cell and places the 2 up here. So there's a 2 there, there's a 1 there. This being a 1 means all of these cells sum to a multiple of 10. By the way, I maybe slightly skipped there, but the S cell can't sum to 20. That would be too many. Ah, right. And so now we know this is also an S cell because this is a two. This needs to be broken into two things. Uh, there we go. Agree. Okay, and so this is another two-cell sum. There seems to be no 7 here, so there's also no 8 here. Oh, right. That's now the S cell. So this is the one that is 15. Oops. And this is the one that is just a 5. Okay, and so now these are all 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. That one not being a 3. At the very least. This one not being a 1 because of that. There's no 0 here. This is, in fact, just a 1. Because it's not an S cell. Oh, this is now just a 1 because this is not an S cell. So it needs to grow. So that is... Oh, sorry. This is a 0, 1, but it's definitely got a 1 in it. So no 1s around it. I don't know. It could be an S cell with a 0, 1 if it really wanted. Oh, right. And this is not an S cell, so it's just a 2, Emma points out. Are you saying I can't make it like that and then I don't have room? Yeah, if this extends any further... Sorry, if this extends here, can I still get to 1, 2... I still can, right? I think it's okay if it extends one further unless it's... What do you mean if it extends, you repeat 1 in the column? Oh, yeah, you're right. That would have to be a 1. Okay, yeah, so right. It can extend at most this far, because if it extends this far, we know all of these are minimum 2-cell sums, and we know if it extends that far... Actually, no, that looks fine to me too, actually. Let's see. What is the total sum? The total sum is 60, and we've got 4 of them. So we could have 2 20 sums and 2 10 sums, or 1 30 sum and 3 10 sums. The 0 in box 1 is interesting. But the 0 could just go in one of these 2 cells if we make this here. I don't think we can rule out that this extends this far without doing something bizarre. Like, keep in mind, one of these 4s doesn't go with a 6. Okay, we do know that there's a 2 in one of these 2 cells by sudoku, because keep in mind that is a legitimate 2 that looks up. It's maybe worth actually pencil marking what's left in this column. So we've still got a 0. Oops. Still got a 0. We've got the 1, the 2, the 3, the 4. We still need a 5. A 6. We've got a 7. We got an 8. And we need a 9. Let's see. Yeah, okay. So if it extends all the way up this, then the point is now we need to put a 0 in it because we couldn't put the 0 over here. This does not feel like a James step. I agree it breaks, but I'm not super inclined to because this is an increasingly complex argument that we don't necessarily need to fall back on just yet. We can if we need to. Okay, this is a sum to 10. So no 0 and no 8. So it's not 0, 10, and it's not 2, 8. This kind of wants to be 2, 8. Where is the 9 going in this box? The 9 has to be going in part of a sum to 20, right? That feels like a natural question to ask. Oh, yeah, I can shade these, right? Because the 9 can't go with a 1. The 9 has to be part of a 20 sum. Why can't this be a 0 with this being a 9? Oh, right, this can't be a 9, right? Ha ha ha. I got by the thing. So in fact, actually, it's probably worth noting 6 and 9 actually look over into this box kind of aggressively. But yeah, this can't be a 9, so this can't be a 0. And so this is either... and this can't be a 3 either for the same reason, because if this was a 3, that would be a 6, and there's a 6 looking at it too. And so the only things this can be are 7 and 5. Oh, yeah, there's more blue hanging around over here. Oh, this is a 2. Good, right. So this is just a 4 and a 5. No shenanigans. So no 5 there, no 5 there. That locks the 5 up into one of these two cells. Let's see. A 1 in box 5 we can now place. Very good, because no matter what, we still can't place a 1 here. So the 1 actually is crisscrossed like that, which places the 1 there per playmaker, and now means one of these two over here is... Oh, in fact, actually, that one's a 1, because that one sees a 1 above it. So actually, that got us 2 1s at least. Maybe no more 1s. Oh, this is just an 8. How long has this been just an 8? I think for a very long time, this has been just an 8. Let's see. Okay. So 8 in this box is a little bit interesting. It's only in one of those two spots. This is 2 8 or 4 6, right? I don't think I can do better than that yet. Let's see. These two cells sum to, at a minimum, 1. So this is at most a 9. This is maybe not that helpful. What's the minimum this cell can be by virtue of the fortress? It's got at least 4 cells it's bigger than. So it's got to be at least 5 by the fortress, right? Because there's a 1 or a 0 over here. Sorry, a 1 over here, and then 3 more digits that it's bigger than. So Wait, could it be a 4? It can be a 4 with a 0, 1, 2, 3. So this is a 4 or bigger. Now, that is at least a little bit interesting. Okay, so this line is never summing to 20. Oh, that's not true. That's not true. This could be an S cell. This could be an S cell. Oh, no, sorry. This line's never summing to 20 because this digit is smaller than this one. Right. Because of the fortress, this line is never summing to 20. So this line is only summing to 10, possibly. Right. So this being 4 doesn't work because that would end up being a 5, and that doesn't work. Because it... Yeah. Okay, yes. However you want to say it. This is a 6, 7, 8, or 9. I think 9 is too big. No, I could do 901 annoyingly. I think 901 works fine. Anyway, that does mean that this digit now is a maximum of 3. Which means it's just as naked 0, I think. Because this digit can't be 1, 2, or 3, and it can't be bigger. So I think this digit is literally a 0. At which point, this is a 1, and this just is a 9. Because of that. That's 2. No 0 there, no 0 there. There's a 2 above it. Right, and now this is the S cell. Good point. Let's see, this would have to be 4, 6 if it wanted to... Okay, well, where does the 0 go in box 5? Well, it certainly goes in this column at the very least. Oh, wow. Todd points out that 7 is placed in row 6. I can't believe someone saw that, but it's true. 7 in row 6 can only go here. So one of these two is a 7. Point. And now 8 in row 6 and 6 in row 6 are both locked over here. Do I know 6 isn't part of this S cell? 5, I agree, is placed here. Which places a 5 here. Okay, and now this is known to end because we have to break things up into the maximum possible number. And this extends, and these two can't... Oh, sorry, no, these two can sum to 10. Oh, right, sorry, yeah, there is a 6 in here for sure. I guess I should make that as a corner mark. Just because this 6, 9 looks over and places a 6 in here. Yes, very good. Let's see. Yeah, I guess I now know. Yeah, this is 3, 7, or 1, 9. I know there's a 1 in one of these two cells, I guess. Uh, let's see. If this is a 3, this is certainly a 0. For whatever it is worth. Oh, 2 is just placed in box 7, or sorry, box 8, just by regular old-fashioned sudoku. So now we know the 2 is in one of these two cells over here. Okay, so this can't be 1, 8 or 2, 7. It's either 3, 6 or 4, 5. Oh, 8 in column 4, very good spot. 8 in column 4 can't go here because of this 2, 8. So that is an 8. And therefore that is a 7. And we've got 0, 3, 4 left in the box. And that one's not a 4, and it's not a 0. So in fact, it is a 3. That's crazy. And so now this is certainly a 0, and that's the 4. So this is 2, 8 as well, which means that these are 2, 8. So that's a 2, and that's an 8 just by sudoku. So this needs to continue because I can't make these sum to a multiple of 10. This can only be a 2. This can only be a 0, as previously noted. This is a... Uh-oh. What did I do? MS says I did something horribly wrong. How far back? 2 and 8 there breaks box 1 having 4 sections. 2, 3. No, it doesn't. We don't need to extend. We can just make this a 0. Okay, let's see. This is a 3. That's the 2. Yeah, that is amazing. That is amazing that worked out, James. Okay, so this is not 3 or 7. Oops. It's not 5 either, despite my efforts to put a 5 in there. One of these is a 9. I don't know which one yet. I don't think these can join, but I'm not going to case check it until I have to. I will eventually, but there probably is lower hanging fruit so far. All right, that means that's not a 9, but I agree. So that's a 0, 6 pair in the column, which means that's a 9. Okay, and so now I know where the 9 goes in column 5, namely the 9 goes here, but funnily enough, I can only corner mark it. I'm almost sure I'm putting a 0 here, but I think it would be annoying to prove, so I'm going to wait until either I have to prove it or it becomes easier. But I'm looking for lower hanging fruit first. Okay, so this is a 0 just by sudoku. Let's see. Okay, we've got some 8. Okay, what is left in this row? We know there's a 6 over there. We still need a 4 and a 5. And a 6 and a 9. Okay, and the 9 definitely goes over here somewhere. Okay, that's not so exciting. Okay, there's saying if this is not a 0, this extends. And then I still have to then somehow argue that that's still not quite enough. Because even if this extends, there's still room for 4. 9 in box 1 does point. I agree. The 9 points down. And I'm not at all claiming you can't prove that it's 0. I'm just claiming that starting with, suppose this cell is not 0, and then looking 3 steps ahead, and then saying maybe this breaks is not the lowest hanging fruit that exists in the puzzle at this particular moment. So yeah, I agree the 9 is placed here. Okay. Got the 1 and the 3. Let's see. Emma would like us to pencil mark the box. I'm game to pencil mark the box. So the box still has a 0. We've got the 1, the 2, the 3, the 4, the 5. We've got a 6, a 7, and a 9 to place. That is not a 0. And we've got 7 and 9 looking down. So we've got a 7 over here somewhere. It's in one of those 2 cells. Let's see. What digits go over down here? Looks like a better question. 0. Let's see. We've got the 0, the 1, the 2. Okay, we've got a 3, a 9, and a 6 is what is left in this column. So either this is a 3-6 S cell or it isn't. Okay, so yeah, so now the question is what's left here. We've got, if this is a 5-6, Mekdi points out that then that's going to make this grow, in fact, twice. And in fact, that doesn't work either, actually. So the 5 actually has to go there. Let's see. Emma would like to mark that this is 3, 6, or 4, 5. And that's not a 3, so that's not a 6, and that's not a 5, so that's not a 4. Not sure quite how useful that is on the face of it. Let's see. This is a 0 or a 6 for sure, just by the row. So these are a pair as well, which are 4 and what? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 and 5. So these are 4, 5 pair. Let's see. And yeah, I agree this is from 4, 5, or 6, and I agree it being 5, 6 looks like it's not going to work, as previously noted. Hey, Ambrose. Do I know for sure that this line is not only one segment, Ron, is the question. I think this line could be one segment. Unless we can place a 5 here, for example. But if I were setting this puzzle, I would want this to be a 1. Okay, we know this breaks here. And we know we have... I'm trying to figure out what is the most elegant thing to break here. I'm not quite sure. Is the claim that there's no way that these cells sum to a multiple of 10? I might believe that, because that would be 10. No, these some cells can sum to a multiple of 10. This season 9 in a row. Agree. Got our 2-8 over here. So we do have an 8 up here somewhere. Are we running out of ways for this to be a one cell sum to 10? Not quite, unfortunately. 6 in box 2 is placed here. I like that. So that's not a 6. These are a triple, which consists of 3, 4, and 7. Oh my god, did that do it? That did it. I love it. This can't be a single this can't be a single 10 sum anymore. Because it can't be 2, 8. It can't be 3, 7 because of this cell. It can't be 4, 6, and it can't be 1, 9. So this, whatever it is, extends, which is highly relevant. At least I think it is. 9 in box 5 still. What about 9 in box 5? Okay, so if this extends, it has to finish, is what we now know because of this 2 line. So that's what that really buys us, is if this extends, it has to finish. And so I think this now cleans up Mechti's argument from before, that if this extends, then this has to sum to either 10, which is not possible, or 20, which is not possible. And so I think this makes Mechti's argument, which we could have done earlier, but it makes it much cleaner now to say this just can't extend. So this is a 1 cell segment. So that's a 4, 5. This extends down here. And this is therefore a 5 and a 4. And these digits are a 5. Let's see, 6, 7, and an 8. Okay, and so now we can do... Okay, if this is a 5, then that's a 3, or something that sums to 3. Right. So now 8 doesn't work because of our previous argument that this can't be a multiple of 10. And so if this were an 8, that would have to be a multiple of 10, all because of this center mark of this 3, 7, which is just gorgeous. Okay, so that's 5, that's 8. And so this cell sums to 3 or 13. Can it sum to 13? It's not 4, 9, 6, 7, or 5, 8. So it can't actually sum to 13. Nor can it sum... Oh, it could sum to 3 if it's 0, 3. Oh, it can't be 0, 3 either. So it's just a 3. So this is not an S cell, and it's 3. Oh, yeah, I needed to mention it can't be 0, right? 0 is a multiple of 10. It can't be that. It did work out, though. So now that's the S cell here. So these aren't S cells over down here. And that is not a 7. These aren't 7. Those are 3, 4. What is left in the row? We've got 0, 9, and the other one. 1? The 1 is, in fact, here. Wait, sorry. I'm not done yet. 0, 9, 1, and 5. There we go. Okay. And the 1 is placed here. There's definitely a 5 here by virtue... Oh, you forgot to check that it couldn't sum to 13, and then you just got lucky that exactly the digits you had looked at it and made it not 13. That is, sometimes that happens. It's got to make up for all the times when we get horribly unlucky when we're setting. Now this isn't 5. So that does tell us that this extends at least 1, because this can't be 5 anymore because there's a 5 looking down at it. Let's see. Oh, this is a 1. This is a 1. Oh, sorry. It contains a 1 by sudoku. Because the 1s just all glare at that. So this is either 1 or 5. Could it possibly be 5? We'd do 1, 2, 3. No, it can't be 5. I think this is just a 1. Because I think if you look at this now, because of this being forced to extend, and if this is a 5, if it's an S cell, then I can't do any 1 cell things. And so 5 doesn't work. 5 would require a 1 cell thing. So this is just a 1, making this the S cell and this the S cell. And come over here. And so this is just a 9. Just a regular old ordinary 9. Okay, and so we can finish our red there. Oh, this sees 3 in the row. Thank you. That's a 4. That's a 3. Okay. Do I know anything about where 3 is over down here? Not quite. Oh, let's see. I'm being told this row has 6, 7, and 9 left. And this one is only a 9. That is very helpful. So no 9s there. So now there's a 0, 5 S cell here looking down. Let's see. The 0 actually is placed. This is the 0. So we had to say none 0 multiple of 10 in the rules, or the puzzle would have been wrong. Okay, this doesn't sum to 10, whatever it is. That 0 looks over there and makes that a 9, which I guess we also could have done with the 0, 6, 7 triple if we wanted. Let's see. Column 9 now has left a 3 and an 8. And so that is the 8 and that is the 3. That's very good. Let's see. What's left in this box? We've got a 6, 7, and something else. And a 4. I don't think I know anything about it, though. Oh, there's the 3 already in row 8. Thank you. So that's 4 and 5. So we've got a 5 up here there exactly, because there's already a 5 in this column. I have a fear it's going to turn out that this is just going to be completely forced by Sudoku, and we're just going to not get to use the cute thing about the the sum, but we'll see. Maybe we'll get lucky. Okay, there's a 9 and one. Oh, sorry, there's a 9 exactly here. Let's see. What is left in this box? We've got 0, 1, 2, 3. We still need a 4, 5, 6, 7, and an 8. Okay, so this can't be 4, 6. Because if this is 4, 6, we definitely have a 7. So we can use that. We can at least use it. I don't know if it's necessary. I don't want to know if it's necessary because I want to use it. This has to have a 7 in it because if it doesn't, the sum is a multiple of 10 and we have more than one break. So these aren't 7. That 7 looks up. That's not 7. That is 4 or 6 only. Let's see. And so that places the 7 there. See, what I figured is maybe you made it so that you just decided at the last, you left until the last minute how to twirl this through this box to make it so that at least it was true. Oh, this 3, 6 looks at this cell. This is just an 8. Okay, and then this is a naked something. It's the 0 for the row, which makes that a 6, which makes that a 0, which makes that a 6. Now this is done because we have to minimize it. So now we've got to do 9, 7, and 1, 3. There's a deadly pattern otherwise. Yeah, that is classy. That was the thing. When I read the rules, my first inclination was, it feels like this is going to be fussy, and it sounds like it was fussy. Not fussy for me as the solver, but it sounded like it was going to be fussy for the setter to make it work, and it sounds like it was a little bit fussy. That is not a 4. Try again, Zeta. That's an 8. That is a 3. Let's see. What am I missing? I don't have... No, I do have a 2. I need a 6, which has to go there, and a 7, which has to go there. Very nice. I enjoyed that. It's been a little bit since we've got SL stuff, although by coincidence, the next puzzle of mine in the list of cells to do, or in the list of puzzles to do, is an SL puzzle. So we're going to take a quick break, and then we're going to come back, and we're going to do one of my ancient puzzles, Archa. I'll be back in just a moment. welcome back, everyone. Let us have a look at this. Uh, so this has, I think, the distinction of being the first puzzle that I made that was directly inspired by something that happened on stream. Because in a fairly early stream, I did the first, to me, S-Cell puzzle by Star Warigami. And I really enjoyed it, and I thought, oh, that'll be fun. Let's play around with that. And so I made a couple of S-Cell puzzles. I think I only ever made two, actually, which are this one and Kodama, which Playmaker is very fond of, and did not at all traumatize Playmaker in any way. Let's have a look at this. So what are our rules here? So we have what I described as normalish Sudoku rules. So just like the last puzzle, every row, column, and box contains the digits 0 through 9. However, we have to squeeze 2 into one cell in each row, column, and box. We have normal Renban rules. The digits on each Renban, and I have clarified here. So the one thing that is unlike James's puzzle here is that I consider the digits in this puzzle to be simultaneously in the cell rather than anything about summing. So there's no addition whatsoever happening here. Rather than addition, what we have is just that both of those digits, if there's an S cell here, both of those digits are on the Renban. And so they need to form a sequence of consecutive digits in any order. So again, just if there's a 3-4 S cell, that's not a 7. This is a 3 and a 4. And the X rules just mean that all of the digits there sum to 10. Okay. There's addition in the X rules mechanic, to be clear. I just mean I'm not saying that if this is a 3-4, then I'm saying, this is not going to be a 3-4, because then that would also be a 3. Anyway, so one thing, this is the sort of puzzle designer porn, as I usually call it, about this, that you can do with S cells is you cannot typically, with only Renban and X's, make a puzzle unique, because the highs and lows and the just because the highs and lows are sort of interchangeable with respect to both of those. But if you throw in S cells, then you can make a puzzle like this that's unique with only Renban and X's. And so you'll see every time I have some new crazy idea that lets me technically make a puzzle that only has things that would normally not be possible to make a unique grid with, I usually do. So this is one of them that I have done, of many. You'll see the other puzzle in this series has German whispers and X's where the same thing is true. I should also note, Playmaker said that they always see this as a standout for my catalog. This is, I think, one of my favorite puzzles that I have set. I think of all the puzzles I've ever set, this is the only one that I was disappointed was never on Cracking the Cryptic. All the others, I feel like they generally did a good job. But this one, I was like, okay, this one I really wanted to share, because this one I really, really enjoyed the flow of. We'll see if I still enjoy it today. But I really, at the time, was really, really proud of this one. Okay, so let's attempt to get started with solving it and see if we like it or not. So as David points out, something is going on down in these X's, because normally you could never do this. And here's the reason why. Imagine that you have this in a normal Sudoku puzzle. You'd have a 7 here, say, and then this would be a 3, but then this is a 7. And now Sven is most unhappy. So that doesn't work. And so I need an S cell here, because if I didn't put an S cell anywhere in here, then If I didn't put an S cell in here at all, then that would be a real problem with making this work. Now, I also can't make this the S cell, because if I make this the S cell, I'm still obligating myself to make both of these a single digit, which is the same digit. So to go back, what I get is, hey, none of these things, whatever they are S cells. One of these two is definitely an S cell. And so none of these in this box are S cells either. There may or may not be a 5 next to a 0 on the German Whispers. And by may or may not, I think there's definitely a 5 next to a 0 on the German Whispers. Because, yeah, I think half of the fun of the puzzle is deciding what low and high and what rules of German Whispers do and don't apply in the S cell world where you've got zeros. Okay, so Martin points out one thing I actually also know is that I should think about zeros. Because I have to put a 0 in row 9 somewhere, and I can't put it on this X, because if I put a 0 on this X, I have to put it in an X cell, and it doesn't do anyone any good. And I can't put a 0 over here at all. Because if I put a 0 here, then I suck up 0, 1, 2, and 3 from these, and now suddenly I can't make two X's. And you might have to think about that from a couple of different angles to convince yourself that you're not cheating and using knowledge of X's that doesn't apply in a world with X cells. But one way to do it that I think is pretty concrete is if there's a 0 on this Renbahn, it's... Oh, sorry, that's not even true. Sorry, it's not even true. Sorry, I was thinking this would be 0, 1, 2, 3, but I just can't count. This would just be 0, 1, 2, and then it would be fine, because then you could do 3, 7, and 4, 6, and that would be okay. If ever you have any doubt that I'm not doing these from memory, you can hopefully rest assured that I remember almost nothing about this solve path. Because if this is 0, 1, 2, then these could be 3, 7, and 4, 6, right? Oh, right. Sorry. 0, 1, 2 doesn't break these X's. 0, 1, 2 breaks these X's. Right. Because if this is 0, 1, 2, now suddenly whichever of these cells is here, whichever of these has 3 digits in it, is now summing to a minimum of 3, 4, 5, right? Whichever of these is the S cell has 2 digits. And then you'd go, okay, well, that's going to be a minimum of 3, 4, 5 for those 3 digits. That's too many. So I can't put the 0 there. I have to put the 0 over here, which means that these are from 0, 1, 2, 3. Let's see. And what's the most digits I could put on here? 5 digits. So these are from 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 over down there. Now... Given that, I now have to be a little bit careful with how I'm going to make my 10 work. I mean, I will say it probably speaks poorly of me in general that I tend to enjoy solving my own old puzzles among the most of the puzzles that I solve, because I tend to be like, oh, wow, that was cool a lot while solving it. Okay. So what do we have left? So we can only in here use a total of how many digits from 1, 2, 3, 4... we can use a total of 2 of them. What did I drink at the time I set this? Yeah, that is also definitely a real emotion. There does have to be a 4, but it could be over up here. Can I possibly avoid a 5 in here? I don't think I can avoid a 5 in here, right? because my S cell, I need the low so one of these is a real X. Here's the way to phrase this. One of these X's is real. I don't know which one. And whichever one is real, it has a 1, 2, 3, 4 on it. So I only have 1, 2, 3, 4 left in the entire row to put in my S cell, right? Wait, am I counting that correctly? Oh, sorry. I guess yeah, so the S cell, boy, my brain is breaking. I think I'm arguing that this digit can't be high, is I think what I'm arguing here. Because if I make this digit, and it certainly can't be 5 either. But yeah, if I make this digit, say, 6, then I'm going to need 3 total digits that are all going to be from 1, 2, 3, 4. And that's too many digits from 1, 2, 3, 4 to exist within this row down here. So this digit's definitely going to have to be low and not 0. And now I only get one more 1, 2, 3, 4. So my S cell is a minimum of 1 plus 5. My S cell, I guess, is a minimum of 6. So that still allows for this 1, 2, 3, 4. But I guess maybe more to the point, we can ask, where's the 9 in row 9 is maybe an easier question to allow ourselves to entertain. Because I certainly am not putting the 9 in here anywhere. And so the 9 in this row certainly can't go here, because this is... Actually, wait, no, sorry, maybe it can, actually. Can I do 9, 1, 4, 5? That might be okay. Yeah, that actually does sound okay. Amber says there's enough. If this is a 6, then I need 3 1, 2, 3, 4s plus 2 1, 2, 3, 4s. Isn't that too many 1, 2, 3, 4s? That does sound like 5 1, 2, 3, 4s to me. If this is a 6 plus. Yeah, certainly we have at most 2 high digits in these cells, right? So we've definitely got some high digits over here. And certainly we need to use... We certainly need to use the last low digit in the S cell, because if we don't use the last low digit in the S cell, then our S cell is going to sum to more than 10 by itself. So we have no 1, 2, 3, 4s left after coming over down here. And so that means that this is certainly from 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It certainly has a 7. And it's going to be awfully hard to put both 8 and 9 over here if we really want to. So if I want to put n8 and a 9, it's just not going to work, because the X that has the S cell is really like a 3-cell 10 cage, if you want. And my 3-cell 10 cage doesn't have an 8 or a 9 in it. So there's at most one 8, 9 over here. And so there's an 8 or a 9 over here, which means there's always an 8, which means there's never a 5, which now means that indeed there is a 5 in my S cell. So my 3-cell 10 cage, if you want, is a 5 and 2 digits that add to 5. And then my other digit is the 5 plus the other one over here. So basically so the other digit is a 6 or a 9, I guess, is basically, yeah. So it's a 5 and a 6 or a 9. Goes on the other side. So it's 5 plus a little digit, and then a 6 or a 9. I guess there's not a great way to say that. So the high digit is a 6 or a 4, which indeed, a nice way to say that is that if the high digit on the real X is a 6 or a 9, then the middle digit can only be a 1 or a 4, which then means that I have a 1, 4, 5 and a 6, 9. So I can make my most ridiculous possible pencil mark that I've made in a bit over here with that. Okay, and one of these X's in particular has to have an S cell on it, because if neither of these X's has an S cell on it, neither of these X's has an S cell on it, well, there's only 2 X's I can make. So we can kick off these 2 from being S cells. One of them is real and has the last high digit on it, and then the other one has 3 digits that sum to 10. And ergo... Oh, right. Sorry. I should probably also back up this line. Oops. We know that 1 and 4 are here. Sorry, yeah. 1 and 4 are here. So these are a 0, 2, 3 triple. And so this cell definitely includes a 1. And it includes a 1 or a 4. Or sorry, it definitely includes a 1 and may optionally include a 4. And right, as Martin says, we know that there's a 1, 4 on the X with the 6, 9. The real X has a 6, 9 and a 1, 4. And so the fake X has to be... it has to have a 5 on it. Because if it doesn't, then the maximum we could make it would be 4, 3, 2, and that's not big enough. So we need to have a 5 on the fake X, because 4, 3, 2 is only 9. So there is a 5 in this little collection of stuff. And it's with a 2 and a 3 because the 5 can't go with a 1 and a 4. So these are a 2, 3, 5, a 6, 9, and a 1, 4. And so that is a beautiful pencil mark, if ever I have seen one. Which means that there's a corner marked 0 over here. For whatever that is worth. Now, putting a 9 on here is going to break the entire universe. What about putting a 6 up here? Is putting a 6 up here going to break the entire universe? If I put a 6 up here, then I'm certainly going to go 6, 5, because the 5 will have to be on it. Oh, right, and the other 1, 4 is over here is a good point. Because the last digit that we've not used is the last 1, 4. Right. Okay, so yeah, 6 doesn't actually work up here. Because if I put a 6 on this Renbon, then there's going to be a 4 on the Renbon. But the problem is 6 is also going with a 4 on the X, because remember, the fake X doesn't have any high digits on it at all. So there's neither a 6 nor a 9 up here. Uh, and so I guess that guarantees now. I was going to say that guaranteed that there had to be a 3, but I don't think there quite does because there's a 0 involved. Right. And so... Right. So the 1, 4, therefore, is up here. And the 6, 9 is down here. Because remember, the 6, 9 goes with a 1, 4. And so no 1, 4 is down here. There is a 1, 4 up here. There's not both a 1 and a 4 on this Renbon. So this is just a 0, right? 1 and 4. Oh, no, sorry. There could be both a 1 and a 4 as long as there's an S cell up here. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, and 4 would work. Oh, and I know this digit isn't a 1. Right. I know there's a 1 on this Renbon by Sudoku. That's the point. I said this isn't a 1 and I removed the wrong digit. But this Renbon has a 1 on it by Sudoku. Because the 1 in box 7 we knew is pencil marked into this cell alone. So one of these is a 1. And if there's a 1 on the Renbon, there we go, then there's no 5 on the Renbon. And therefore the 5 actually goes in this row, and it has... Oh, we don't know that it has the S cell. The 5 could be by itself, but we do know at least the 5 is over down here. And now that we look back over at this X with the 5, we can... the 5 could go with a 2, 3, right, David? But I do think now I can't make this... so this is either a 1 or a 1, 4. Right. So this can't be a 1, 4 anymore, because if this is a 1, 4 S cell, then this would need to be a literal 5. And that doesn't work. So this is now just a 1, and it's an ordinary 1 that goes with either a 9 or a sum to 9, but it can't be either. Oh, right, and a dance. Boop-a-doop, woo! Boop-a-doop, wah! Boop-a-doop, wee! Ba-doop, boo-doop, 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 boo-doop. Thank you, Zach. So this cell now needs to sum to 9, and it can't be 0, 9, can't be 1, 8, 2, 7, 3, 4, or 4, 5. And so therefore it is just a regular, boring 9. Which then pushes the 9 down here. So now we can de-9ify this area. Can't be 3, 6 because of this. And so now this is a 7, 8, 9. So now there is a 1 on this Renbon, but it does not go with a 9 below it. And so the 1 isn't here anymore. So the 1 is now here. To go with that. And we certainly have the 2 and the 3 up here, right? No matter how I do this. And so these are a 5, 6 now, because I need a 2 and a 3 on the Renbon. So these are a 5, 6, and those are an honest 5, 6, because I've run out of digits for them to be dishonest. Which, funnily enough, places this S cell here. Right. I need the 2, the 3, and the 4 up here, so this is a 0, right? Or I need the 4 with a 6, whichever way you want to think about it. So let's see. What is left in this box? We've got 0, 1, 2, 3. We've got 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 is what we have left. This is not a 5 or a 6. Can this really be a 4, 7, I guess, is the question. 4, 7 seems slightly awkward, but maybe it's okay. Oh, well, it definitely has a 4 in it, actually. It does have to be awkward because the 4 in this row is here, right? The 4 in this box is down here. So this is actually has a placed 4 in quotes. Oh, the pink circle on top of pink lines doesn't scream visual clarity. What about an orange circle? Does an orange circle glare slightly better? Uh, right. There is no 9 down here anymore. By the way, I should mark because of that 7, 8, 9. This is a 1, 4, 5, 6 quadruple, weirdly enough. And so I don't know why I don't color S cells. Just by tradition, I like making them in little circles. Usually by tradition, pink circles, but what can you do? Uh, okay, so it is worth noting I liked the comment that 0 and 9 are both in these cells, and so this can only be a 0 or a 9 because I can't put 0 and 9 both on this renbon. With S cells, I can make it long, but I can't make it long enough to accommodate a 0 and a 9. So one of 0 and 9 is here, and this renbon is extreme, in quotes, to say the least. Okay, so this renbon needs both a 5 and a 6 because of it having a 4 along with a 7 and an 8. And so where are those going to go? Well, not here because of the 5, 6 pair looking over. So in fact, these are the 5, 6 looking over at this renbon. And so this is allowed to be a 3, a 7, or an 8. Is that right? Or could it be a 2? So row 8, 4 is from something like 3, 7, 8. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm going through in my head right now. It's like, yeah, I can't get lower than 3 on this ever because I would need to have a 2 on it and a 3, and I can't put both of them. Then we've got the 4, the 5, the 6, and then we've got a 7 or an 8. Right. And so now what are these digits allowed to be? Now is a good question. So what's left in the row, in other words, is a 0, and then 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. And so what Martin points out is that means I can never actually make this renbon work as low because 0 and 5... No, I could make this 0, 5, can't I? Just barely if I make this 0, 5 and I shove an S cell up here. That does work, doesn't it? Because then this could be length 6, and that would be length 6. I think I can just make it work if I fight hard enough. That is true. Wait. Oh, right. Sorry. Right. Sorry. There's a 5. 5 is not available. Right. Okay. So yeah. So these, if I actually write down the candidates, just to make this argument clear, 0, but not 1, 2, 3, 4, because this, remember, is an actual quadruple. And not 5. So then 6, 7, 8, 9. And so, yeah, you cannot put a 0 with a 6, even with S cells. That's not going to work. So that's, in fact, a 0. Oh, and 6 isn't available either. Good point, because the 6 is also here. The only thing that's sort of optional is this floating 7, 8. And And so there's definitely a 9 on here. And so these digits, if you want, are from 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4 at the most, right? If I go 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, yeah, at the most. And we definitely have a 5 and a 6 floating up here, right? No matter what we do. Can place row 9, column 5. Wait, how do I know that this is a 4? Uh, uh, yeah, the 4 goes with 6. I agree. Oh, right. So yeah, so now the point is right. The 6 is going in the corner with the 5. Uh, and so that's a 4. Right. Okay, yes. Uh, Thank you. Yes. One of these is a 6, and so whichever one it is, it makes that a 4. Uh, which means that this Renban either, if it has a 4, the 4 goes there. Yeah, the 6 is the real cell that goes with this. Agree. And this 5, 6, I suppose, goes on that in those cells. So this Renban doesn't have a 5 or a 6 on it. So this Renban is, sorry, it doesn't have this 5, 6 on it, I should say. So this Renban is small, right? Because, oh no, if it doesn't have a 5, this could be 6, 7, 8, 9 exactly, as far as I can presently tell. But this 5, 6 is in these cells, so it's knocked off of this Renban. Is interesting. Okay, I do know there's a 9 floating out in the world of this box, which is going to be a little dangerous because there's a lot of spots where I could put a 9 where something will happen if I put the 9, and the things that are going to happen are probably going to be bad. Okay, and this cell also has a 5, 6. Do I have any relationship between the 5, 6s? I don't think there's any relationship I know between the 5, 6s. Yeah, this is the kind of Zeta puzzle that can start in the bottom is usually the like start if it's going to be symmetrical and it's going to be about the symmetry. Though if I did this today, I would definitely put those here. Yeah, it was a weird time for all of us. Yeah, if I did this today, I think I would probably start this up here. We do have to smuggle a 0 and a 1 in this box somewhere, and it's not over here. Can I really put a 0 on this Renban, I guess is a question. Oh, I can't put a 9 on this Renban. Oh, that's the point. I can't put a 0 or a 9 on this Renban. So one of these Renban has a 0, and one of them has a 9. If I put a 9 on this Renban, it destroys this cell, because then I have to put all of 7, 8, and 9 there. So this Renban, so these cells get eaten alive by the fact that, well, this cell, I suppose, gets eaten alive by the fact that I know it sees both of these Renban, which have a 0 and a 9. So this definitely can't have a 7, 8, or a 9, or a 0, 1, or 2. So this is like pretty middly. As a like 3, 4, 5, 6 kind of thing. Oh, this one can't be 7, 8, 9 either. Right, good point. Okay, so yeah, so right. So where does 9 go in box 3 was the question I was supposed to ask. So 9 in box 3 must go in this column. And we definitely also need a 5 or a 6 to go with it. Depending on whether there's 1 or 2 or 0 S cells on this. I guess we could even go as far as 4, couldn't we? But there's definitely a 9 here, which means there's definitely a 0 here. Because you're not putting the... No matter how many S cells you cram on this, you're not putting a 0 or a... words. You're not putting a 0 or a words on this thing. But you definitely get a 0, a 1, and a 2, which is going to finally sort out my this box, right? Because now the 2 looking down here tells me this isn't my 2, 3. This is just my regular 4. So that's my regular 4. That's my regular 6. That's my regular 5. And this is my 2, 3 S cell stravaganza. So no S cells over there. I don't have a fantastic way to pencil mark this, but that 7, 8 shows up there. Possibly with something else. Yeah, with ketchup, although ketchup in an S cell is, I guess, a little bit tricky. Okay, so now I can at least say, what's the lowest digit that I can possibly get to here? It's 5, right? But I can't actually even get down to 5 because there's a 5 in the column. But this is at most a 5 long renbon. And so these are really from 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, and there's a 6 in them for sure, because there's not a 7, 8. That is a real quadruple. Yeah, it can get to 5 over here for sure. I'm not claiming that these cells can't be, or that this can't be a 5. This is from 5, 7, 8, I think, is what this is from. And definitely has a 5, 7, 8. But that's nice because it gives me that quadruple plus a 2, 3. Because if I don't put a 6 in these cells, then these 4 cells are a 7, 8, 9 quadruple is the problem. And so now these are a 0, 1, 4. Oops. Being told this isn't 1, because that would make this 0, 4. Right. If, right. This renbon definitely has a 1 on it, is how I think is my favorite way to say this deduction when it comes up, because it has 2 of 0, 1, and 4. So even if it omitted the 1, it would need to bridge the 0 and the 4. So there's definitely a 1 on this renbon somewhere, and hence, oops, hence that's never a 1. And so one of these two is in fact the 1 because of the way sudoku works, I suppose, is the point. And likewise, there's no universe where it doesn't get a 2, right? And a 3 for that matter, right? Even at the bare minimum, it would be 0, 1, 2, 3. So there's also a 2 and a 3. And the 2 we actually know is not in this column. So there's a real 2 in this cell for whatever it's worth. Okay, and I should mention, I guess, that these are from 0, 1, 2, 3. So the 4 and the 5 are definitely over here if I want to do the absolute nonsense stuff. Yeah, the other 7, 8 has to be on this renbon in box 3. So if this has a 7, what's the lowest it could go? 7, 6, 5, 4, 3? I guess that's okay. If it has an 8, then maybe it's fine. That's a good spot from AFK. This Renbon needs a 6, and we know the 6 can't be over here. So the 6 is over here. That is a good point to make. So this cell definitely has a 6, no matter what else it might have in its life. Okay, so yeah, this thing is on a Renbon with a 0 or a 4. So its only choices in life are to be a 1, 2, a 3, can't be a 4, and a 5, 6, something like this. But there's no 5, 6 left in the box. So if you look at what this can have on it, it can only have 1, 2, 3. But we already noticed the 2 and the 3 are already over here on this Renbon. So in fact, this is only a 1. This is Carl's point, I think. Sorry, David's point. And so this is only a 1. There's no other digit that it can be. So this is an honest 1, which must go with an honest 0. And so that places my honest 1. Sorry, that places my honest 1 here as well. And so this is a 4. And so this is probably an S cell, given that it is a single cell sum to 10. So we can do that. Okay, which has manifold implications, I suppose. Oh, it places my S cell down here finally. So this is the 6, and that is the 1, 5. Everything's coming up Millhouse. This has got to be a 9 because it's a real X. No funny business going on, so that's my real 9. Okay, so this is not a 5, 5 or a 4, 6 or a 1, 9. So this is a 2, 8 or a 3, 7. Oh, this isn't a 5. Good point. Yeah, I guess we've, for a while, not been able to squeeze a 4 onto here. This is just a 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. One of those is a 5, though, so there's a 5 up here somewhere. There's no longer able to be a 5 on this Renbon, for that matter. So the 5 is actually over here. Oh, and there's some bluaging that can happen. Owing to that, I agree. Mekti points out there needs to be a 0 in this box, and it is placed by Sudoku. Good. So there's a 0 over here somewhere. I guess... No, it can't be there, I guess. So the 0 is in fact in one of these 2 cells. If this were a 0, it would need a 1 on its Renbon, and it couldn't have 1. So one of these is a 0. Oh, yeah, where are 2 and 3 in row 6 is a good question, because 2 and 3 look over here. There's no 2 3s here. So 2 and 3 both appear in these cells. Even with an S cell, this Renbon would still need a 0. Or, sorry, would still need a 1, and there's no place to put the 1. Oh, and 4. And 4, yeah, as Martin points out. 4 also in this row goes down here. So, in fact, we can corner mark these in 2, 3, 4, which means there's too many things in them. Which means there's no S cell over here and no S cell over here. And so now we know what this Renbon must be, because it has an S cell in one of these 2 cells. And it doesn't have a 0, but it has a 1. So it's got to be 1, 2, 3, 5. Or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So these are from 2, 3, 5, and they're all of them. Which is nice because it places the 5 on this Renbon. That's a 6. That's a 5. Yeah, I agree that we can, in fact, no longer fit any more digits. These are, in fact, corner and center mark 2, 3, 4, and I don't think we can remove the corner marks because this is a crazy puzzle. The box 3, 5 tells me that this is not the 5. And I know this isn't the 2 while we're doing things that look down. And these are a 7, 8 pair, I am being told by pure Sudoku. Oh, right. And this cell, remember, I said had to have a 6 in it, but now it's not an S cell, so it just is a 6. And this is the other thing. This is a 9? Yeah, this is a 9. So that is not a 9, and that is a 9. So column 9 needs an 8. Can it possibly go with a 4 on this Renbon? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Right, it can't, right. Because if this Renbon went up to 8, this cell would have no value, is the problem. And so this needs to be the 8. So that's the 7, that's the 8, that's the 7. Does this need an S cell, given that it has a 7 and a 4 on it? 4, 5, 6, 7 is only 4 digits. Right. Right. Sorry, there's 5 just looks down. So 5 is here, for sure. Yeah, right. This is not a 5. Good. So, right. We can't get a... Right. There just aren't enough digits in this column for me to not make this an S cell. Because if you look at this nonsense, basically we know we go from 4 to 7, but we can't go up to 8 because the 8 is gone, and we can't go down to 2. Oh, sorry, maybe we can go down to 3. We never go down to 2. There's definitely a 2 in this cell. Could we go down to 3? Maybe we can go down to 3. Sorry, I could be wrong. The 3 is in an S cell, but we don't know which. I think that's right. I'm being asked where the 4 in box 5 is. Oh, that 7 has gotten placed, by the way, speaking of things that are things. So these are an actual 6, 8, 9. I don't have to think about the 6 and the 9 anymore. Uh, 5 in box 4 goes in one of these 2 cells. And if it were here, it would need a 4 or a 6. Very nice. Okay. Yes. So 5 just by Sudoku goes in one of these 2, but a 5 here needs a 4, 6 on the Renbon. The only place it could go is here, but this can't actually be 4 or 6. It looks at both. So that's a 5. And some psychopath made it so the 5 gets placed on an X, so we need an S cell here. Okay, and so now this is not an S cell, so there's no 0 here. And in fact, this now needs a high digit. It can only be 7 and 3 in order to make this work. And so that resolves how all of this nonsense works out. Because now I need my S cell here. I can't have an S cell here. And so now this is my S cell. These aren't S cells. And these are just 4, 5. And these are 0, 1, and 2 in some combination. I don't need the 2, 3 corner mark anymore. And so now this is 1, 4, because it's not 2, 3 anymore. So that means that digit's not a 4 for what it's worth. So that cell is definitely a 4. I guess I also had a 4 looking up already, so that didn't quite help. Oh, let's see. Laura says this cell is resolved. Right. It needs a high digit, and that digit is not a 6, a 7, or a 9. So this is just a 2, 8. Sorry, a 2, 8 in the middle. So no 8 there. So those are a 6, 7 pair. So no 7 over here. So those are an 8, 9 pair. So no 8 here. So no 7 here, funnily enough. Oh, no, 7 could be here, sorry. Row 5, column 2 is naked. Okay, I guess I can fill in this row. So we've got 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Okay, so we've already said this can't be 0, so this has to be an 8. And now we've got a 0, 9 out there, so this can only be a 7. Craziness. Okay, so no 8, no 7. So now that's a 7 just by sudoku, I think. Oh, yeah, this 8, 9 pair, in fact, actually looks over and makes that a 6 and that a 7 as well. So no 7 here. So now this just is a 4 and an 8, and so that requires a 7 in order for that to work. So that's a 6 and that's a 7. Okay. Okay. These are a 2, 3 pair, and I know the order. Thank you. Okay, and so these are a pair of something and something. A 5 and a 4, I think, actually. I think these are a 4, 5 pair, and it's resolved. So this Renbon has no 5, so it's gotta be 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, right? If I did that right. Yeah, so these are 0, 2, 3, and that's the 0. And these are the 2, 3. And so that's the 2, that's the 3. That seems to have become a 7. It's a 5 and a 4. So now that's the 0 over down here. Okay, 6, 8, 9 left in the row. Let's see. Okay, I know this is not honest, but it has a 0 on it, right? So, yeah, so this X has a 0 on it by sudoku, and so it has to be 0, 1, 9 because all of 2, 3, and 4 are gone. So this is a 0, 1, 9 that looks down at that, making that an 8 and that a 9. What is left in this box? Well, the 7 probably goes with the 9 and not the 0 or the 1. I'm going to stretch out a little bit. Because 7 is going to go down at most to 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. So yeah, so this is just a naked 9. This is a 0, 1 S cell, so that's an S cell. So, and that's a 2 by sudoku on S cells or whatever. No 0, 1, 2 anymore. No 9 there. Okay, I know one of these two is going to be an 8, and it's not that one, so that's an 8. And that's a 6. We have a 6, 7, 8, 9 Renbon. Captivating. Just like literally in order from left to right. Amazing. No 9 there. Let's see. What is left in row 1? We still need a 3 somewhere, and we still need a 5 somewhere. So that's the 5, and that's the 3, except I should probably write them in big boy letters. So that's the 2, that's the 3. So now... Oh, right, sorry. This is not... I see now why it was stated we already have an S cell in column 2, and I didn't understand what was being said at the time. So that just is a 3, if I pay attention to what chat says and understand it. That looks like a 1 by Sudoku. That looks like a 2 by Sudoku. This looks like an 8 and a 6 and an 8. This looks like a 4. This looks like a 3. That looks like a 6. Is it Nanupal in box 2? Yeah, I'm not necessarily going to attempt marking in this puzzle. And that is a 9. And I think that is it for the puzzle. Success. We made it. And in under an hour, too. I'm quite pleased with that pacing. Yeah, this is, I think, definitely one of the harder puzzles that I have made. Yeah, this is old enough it predates Solutions, because this puzzle, let's see, when was this puzzle published? This puzzle, yeah, this is at 100% with 96 solves. It won't be at 100% anymore, we all know, but this is published January of 2022. So yeah, so this is oh, this one even had a sample puzzle. I guess in my sample puzzle I used colors. Alrighty. Let me take a quick break, and I'll be back in just a moment with more puzzle time. So see you all in just a moment. All right, welcome back, everyone. I've got a killer puzzle here by 789. I think this might be the first 789 puzzle I have done, but great name, choice of setter name. No complaints. So we have to make our killer cages sum to the total. And the only bit that is sort of non-typical is that we have to solve for x at some point during the solve. So let's see. I know there's only two ways to do this. 6, 8, 5, 9. There's only two ways to do this. They always include a 1 and a 2. Oh yeah, I guess it's possible that there's SETI stuff going on. Like some sort of like expanded Fistamafel or something. Let's see. These are certainly at most 6. But if this is set and I have to come up with some set where I add the 45 minus x and the x, I do. This is absolutely the thing where I have to add the 45 minus x and the x cage together, don't I? Isn't that the point? So let's see. This is how do I want to do this? So I want to combine these together. Right. Okay. So if I add, okay, maybe this isn't quite set, but I think, let's see. Okay. If I add these two together, then I know what I get is 90 minus this digit. But on the other hand, that's 45 minus this digit once I add those two. But if I now take away those cells sum to 33. So if I just take away all of these, and one copy of this, now I take my 45 minus 33, and so now these cells sum to 12, if I have done this correctly. And so given that these cells sum to 12, now the absolute maximum that these can sum to is 10, which means this has to be a 9, and these are both 1s. Do people agree with my math there? I think that's right. So yeah, so that's a 9, and these are double 1s, and we get a digidance. Boop boop ba-doop. Woo! Boop boop ba-doop. Wah! Boop boop ba-doop. Wee! Ba-da 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 ba-da. Wah! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. I admit I was not expecting that, but that was a great spot by everyone who sort of suggested, oh, hey, maybe you can just combine these two things. So this is 2, 3, 4 for sure, because it doesn't have a 1 in it. There's a 2 down here for sure by Zach Wing logic. People are saying a sum to 10 without, oh, right. This is a 2, 3, 5. Okay, right. This is 2, 3, 5. I see. Okay. Yeah. So these three sum to 10. I was like, where is the sum to 10 that people are seeing that doesn't have a 1 in it? Yeah. So the remaining digits sum to 10 and they aren't 1. And so they have to be 2, 3, 5. And the only one that can be a 2 is that one. And then the only one that can be a 3 is that one. And then that one's a 5. And now this is 1, 2, 4, 5. Oh, could repeat. It says digits within cages may not repeat. In my version of the rules. I read may or may not. I feel like now I'm going to have to start including may or may not in my puzzle rules as much as possible. Okay. So these are the high digits of 6, 7, 8, 9. These are also the high digits of 6, 7, 8, 9. That one's not the 9, though. There's a 9 over there. Somewhere. These can't be 8 and 9 for whatever that is worth, so they need to have a 6 or a 7 in them. Okay. I know that I've got 2s and 4s down here in this cage. It's worth pointing out that, yeah, this cell, Ron points out, is quite restricted because this is a minimum sum of 13. So this is at most 4, but it can't be a 2 or a 4. So this is only ever a 1 or a 3. So this is only ever 5, 7 or 3, 9, by the way. Oh, yeah, these 1, 2 have certainly made this a 3, 4, 5. Very good. And so that means that there's a 4 and a 5 over here. Thank you to McD there. And if there's a 4 and a 5 over there, that means this is not 5, 9. It's 6, 8. Which pachinko's back in its own little way. Okay, so these are from 6, 7, 8, 9, and these have to be 6, 7 exactly, because otherwise it's not going to work. 6, 7 is the minimum, so these are 8, 9. And apparently that one's only 8, that one's only 9. So that's 6 and that's 8, that's 7 and that's 6. So 9 and that's 7. No 1s over there. No 7 or 9 over there. Okay, so now we know what x is, if we are willing to do math. Namely, I guess what I should just say is x is the sum of these digits, which is 20. So x is 20. I guess x is also 20 here, and so I guess now the only place it's relevant is that x is 20 here. Let's see. These are 4, 5, and 7. There is a 1 in this cage for sure, because otherwise we would get a 2, 3, 4 quadruple in the row, because a 9 without a 1, a 9 and 3 without a 1 has to be 2, 3, 4, so that's a 1. And so now these are either 2, 6 or 3, 5, and they sure are. That is a 1 just by sudoku. Now this 12 cage at least doesn't have a 1. So it does definitely have a 2, because if it didn't have a 2, it would be 3, 4, 5, and we'd have that quadruple problem again. So it has a 2 and no 1. So let's see if the killer calculator will tell us what it is. No, it won't quite. At least not without further effort. Oh, I'm being told something fixed this. Right. One of these is a 9 just by sudoku now. I don't quite see what that does, but 9 and 6 is 15. Right, yeah. So because there's a 9, right, okay, yeah, the 9 and 6 is still 15, so this still can't be a 3. So 1 is too small. Or sorry, 3 is too big. It is a 1. Sorry. And so now I need these to sum to 16, which means they have to be 7 and 9. I feel like I explained that in the worst humanly possible way, but we'll survive. Hopefully. And we'll place a 1 here, and we won't talk about it anymore. Let's see. Oh, this is a 7, 8. Sorry. or sorry, a 6-8. I can words, I swear. There's a 9 over here, and it's probably not in the 9 cage, so by Sudoku, the 9 is just there. So this 20 cage doesn't have a 9 in it, for what it's worth. Oh, the 9 isn't in the 12 cage either, Laura points out, because that would have to be 912, and we know there's no 1. So in fact, actually, just by Sudoku, the 9 is there. And now the 9 is in the 15 cage, where it is obligated to be 9123. And we at least know those aren't 1s, so we know there's a 1 there. If this were 3-9, now that creates a quadruple in the bottom row, which might or might not be problematic. Josh is pointing out that there's a 2 or a 3 in this 9 cage, and that 2 or a 3 goes here, so this is never a 4. I agree with that assessment. Let's see. These digits are something. They are a 2, a 3, and a 9. And it seems like the one that is a 9 is that one. So now we've got 9 in one of those two cells. Yeah, we had mentioned that this needs a 2, but at the time it wasn't relevant. But now it is relevant because now we've got a Zac wing that just places a 2 over there. Yeah, we had mentioned that it had the 2, but at the time it wasn't set. But it didn't actually matter that it was set now for the 2 to be relevant now that we've got this thing with the 15 cage going on. So one of these is 4. Got to have a 4 somewhere in this row. This has got to sum to 20. It doesn't contain any 1s. It doesn't contain any 9s. It could contain a 7, perhaps. Yeah, this is 3, 5, or 2. Wait, 2, 4. Why am I saying 2, 4? Or 2, 6. That sounds better. But that doesn't really seem to do anything for me. Yeah, there's a virtual 2, 3 pair. I agree. These aren't 2 or 3. Let's see. This is a 4, 5, or 7. That's a 4, 5, or 7. Is this also a 4, 5, or 7? I don't think it is. This was not as insightful as I hoped it would be when I wrote it in. Oh, there's a 1, 2, 3 triple in column 8. That is very good. And so this is my 2, 3. And then this is the 5 or the 6, depending on our political preferences. So 5, 6, 7, 8. Oops. It makes that a 5, 8. We know one of these two is the 7 for the row. We know one of these two is the 8 for the row. I guess that's not probably worth marking, but what are you going to do? But that's going to do something. with Chad's point, because Chad's point is where does 8 go in row 5, or sorry, in column 5? And Chad's point is it can't go in the 12 cage because it would make 2, 8, 2, so it goes in one of these 3 cells. But within the box, we know it goes in one of these 3 cells, so the only way it works is if that's an 8, and that's a 7, and that's a 5, which makes that a 6, and that a 2. Which makes that a 2. Very nice, very nice. It wasn't that. It was that we needed a 7 in one of these 2 cells. And so when that was an 8, this had to be a 7 because we needed to put a 7 in row 5. Yes, the 1-2 pair looks up, making that a 3 and that a 2. No 3, no 2. So that's a 2. Let's see. What is left in this box? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It seems to be what is left. So one of these 2 is a 2, I suppose. That tells me this 12 cage isn't 3, 9 anymore. Thank you. Martin points out. So this is now 5, 7. So this is not 5 or 7. It is 4, 6, or 8. So now one of these 2 is 9 now, right? Because I've got to put a 9 in here somewhere, and these are the only available cells. So now that's 3, and that's 9. Column 5 needs a 7, it is being asserted. And so that 7 probably goes in this cage. And so 2 and 7 is 9, so this goes with a 3. And so that's not a 3, and that's not a 7. And we know the whereabouts of this cage. It is a 2, 3, 7 cage. Oh, and the 7's placed by the 12, so that's the 7. So that 2, 3 fixes this one, 2. This is 4 or 7, I suppose. Ah, 3 in box 7 is placed there. Chat tells me 4, 5, 4, 7, 5, 9, 7, 9. No 4s. Let's see. Okay, so what is left in this box? This is assuredly a 6 or an 8. I don't know which one it is, I suppose. Okay, and then this is 4, 6, 8 with the other one. For whatever that matters. Yeah, the 5 in this column has gotten bullied up into here because of that triple. I agree. Let's see. This column is missing... Oh, well, the other 2, 3 in this column definitely goes here. That 2, 3 within column 6 goes there. And so these are just a pair of something and something. 4 and 8, it looks like to me. And then these are now something known. This is just the 4 for the box, I suppose, is maybe a nicer way to say that. This triple consists of a 1, which goes here. 2, 3, 4, a 5, which goes there. And a 6, which goes there. So no 5s in those cells, no 6 in that cell. That actually makes a 4, 7, 8 triple. So that makes that a 5 and a 6. Makes that not a 6, makes that not a 5. One of those 2's a 7. This is a 4 or a 7, right? It's not a 5. So the 5 in the column gets placed there. That's not a 5. Let's see. Yeah, I was going to wait to resolve the X cage until last, only because I was curious how much it did. And I think we might now be at quote unquote last. Oh, not quite. That 478 gives me a 5 here. We might now be at last. Where we now actually have to think about this cage. And questions like what would happen if it really didn't have an 8 in it, I suppose. Let's see. Eight, 6, 2, 4 breaks. Oh, this 8, 6. Yeah, this 8, 6 would need these two to sum to 6, and they can't. So this can't be 8. It's a 4. 7, 8, 8, 4, 8, 6, 4, 6, 8, 6, 8, 7, 4, 4, 7, 3, 8, 6. And now we probably have to figure out by parity. X is even, so this is a 2. Very nice. I enjoyed that one a lot. That was a very clever puzzle all throughout. And the break in there with the sort of use this trick was very nice. I don't think I would have thought of it for a while, but I've never seen anything quite like that before in a setting, and I the 45 minus X did not sort of raise my alarm bells. It's like, oh yeah, you often think about outies anyway, so it's not really that weird that it would add to that. But yes, it turned out it was indeed very weird that it added to that, and it had good properties. Okay, let's see. What else can I dream up for us? Let's see. Let's do a big swirly whisper puzzle. James's Swirl by Steel Wool. Also possibly a new setter for the stream. I assume that we get our free 5 stealing over here. So let's get the 5 dance. Boop, boop, ba-doop. Woo. Ba-doop, ba-doop. Wah. Ba-doop, ba-doop. Wee. Ba-doop, 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 ba-doop. Wah-ha. Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Do I want to high-low color this, or do I want to just corner mark that these are 4, 6 and just kind of go from there? Because I can't put 4 and 6 partially along the thermo. And so these are different. These two are different. So this can only be 3, 6 or 4, 8 are the only possible things. And these are both the same 1, 9 for what it is worth. I'm trying really hard not to color this whole thing, only to do the whole thing. This is the other 1, 9, I agree. So one of these two is the 3, I guess, is the point. Oh, actually, sorry. No. Right. I see. Right. The 3 in the box has to go next to its 8 or 9. And so, so yeah, so so either this is 3 or that's 3. But, right. So yeah, so that's how it works. Yeah, if this is 8, The 3 needs to be next to the 8 and the 9, but it can't be because I've put the 8 and the 9 there, because those are the only two things that 3 can go next to. There we go. Okay, that's the nice way to explain it, I think. Yeah, as Emma says, if you do this enough times, you realize there's only one way this works, but I try to avoid using the "there's only one way this works" thing if I can avoid it. And so, yeah, so the point is, yeah, 3 only goes next to 8 and 9, and so if I put the 8 here, it's not possible to put the 3 next to 8 and 9. And so that is the 3, which makes that the 6 and the 4, and the 6 goes next to 1. That has become a 9 and a 9, and I can color this hoodangle like this. The coloring probably even continues outside of the box, but don't tell anyone. Like that, if I did this correctly, although I probably ended up off by 1 somewhere early-ish along, so everything is going to be backwards, if I know me at all. Okay, so we've got all of that. Oh, this is a 2, by the way. 2 is a famous digit. You might have heard of it. The 7 can't go next to the 3, so that's a 7. We got a dance for the 5. The 5 was the first dance. Yeah, we got all the digits, or all the dances. Okay, 7, 8. There we go. Let's see. There's 3 blues here. I don't think the rules wording is trying to imply a negative constraint. Given, yeah, the 5 and the 4, I guess it's pretty clear. Right, the 9 is in one of these two places. And these are a 1-3 pair. But that can't be a 3, actually, because if it was a 3, this would need to be an 8 or a 9, and it can be neither. So, in fact, that has to be 1, and that has to be 3, which means that has to be 8, and that has to be 9. Very good spotting there with Chad on what the restricted piece was. So this is now certainly not a 6, so it's an 8. Makes that a 2 or a 3. This is a 6 or a 7, which means that's always a 1 or a 2. This is only a 2 because it can't be a 4, so in fact that's a 1. 2 doesn't go next to 6, so that's only a 9. This can be 7 or 8. It is not relevant which one it is. This is a 1 or a 2, just to keep track of that. This is a 2 or a 3, and a 7 or an 8. If there's a blue digit on this, it's a 4. Oh, 5 in row 3 is placed is a very nice way to do that. 5 in row 3 is here, because you can't put it on a black dot or a green line. Oh, I thought that was going to immediately place it in row 4, but it is already in row 4. Oh, no. Am I dropping frames? Let's see. Oh, yeah. Oh, no. It is not just you. Yep. Okay, yeah. Suddenly the thing is informing me that I am dropping frames, so I probably am going something like that. From your point of view. Let's see. Oh, this can only be 6 or 7. I'll have a little conversation with myself here while we do this. This is only 6 or 7. And so this is only 1 or 2. These two are the same. So if they're high, that's all the highs. These two are the same. So if they're low, that's all the lows. Let's see. 7 and 5. Uh, uh, I don't know if anyone can hear me. Uh, let's see. Column 5 white dot is only 4, 5. Right, because if it's not 4, 5, if I just write in what are the possibilities, we've got 4, 5 left, and then we've got 7, 8, 9 are the things left in the column. Oh, and they can't be 9. But 7, 8 doesn't work because that would put 5 oranges in the column. So this is 4, 5, which means that is orange. Which is presumably useful. So these are now 7, 8, and 9. We'll do this asynchronously. New kind of Sudoku solving. I seem fine to you, parentheses, stream-wise. I'm not sure quite what the implication is there, but I'll take it. This is 2, 3, 4 because the 1 is gone. Let's see. 3 or 4. Okay, this is at least 2. Sorry, this is at most 3 and at least 2. So this can't be a 6. This is the other 7, 8. Okay, so that 7, 8 pair now means the only high digit left is 6. So this digit can't be high anymore. So this digit is low. That digit is low, and these two are both high. But neither of them is 6, but that's all the high digits, so that's a 6. All the high digits in the column, I mean, to be clear. Okay, and so this is probably a 9, given that it... Oh, I guess this is a 7 or a 9, and this is a 7 or a 9. So, yeah, so the thing that's next to 7 can only be 1 or 2, and only 2 is available. So if this were 7, this would have no value. So that's 9 and that's 7. That's 1. But this can be 3 or 4, and it's okay. And now this column has all the lows, actually. So the only things left are 5 and 6. So this, in fact, this cell is a naked 5. Which makes that a 6. That a high 7. That a green 5. That seemed good. Okay. So 5 over here somewhere. Oh yeah, where's 5 in row 8, asks Ambrose. It's right there. That's a good spot. That's a 5. That's a 4. So that's a 3. And a 2. And a 4. And a 3. No 3s over there. 3 doesn't go next to 7, at the very least. 3 doesn't go next to this 7 either. So that's an 8, and that's a 7. No 8, no 7. Let's see. What is left in this box? It is 3 and 4 only. And we know the order. So 4 and 3. So that's a 6. This row has 4 and 6 left over. So this is 2, 3, or 8. Sure. Okay, this is not low. This is a 5 or an 8 only. Oh, box 2 now has an 8-9 pair. That seems like a helpful thing to notice. So the high digit here is a 9 for sure, because you can't put a 6 midway along, and one of these is high. So the high one is a 9, which means that one of these two is a 9. Oh, and it's not that one. Oh, sorry, that's not true. Sorry. That was a lie, because that could also be the 9. Sorry. Oh, but I can actually do over here. This is now the 9, because this box needs a 9. So that's the 8. That's the 9. Yes, I was right for all the wrong reasons, which is almost as good as being right for the right reasons. 3 in box 8 is placed. Thank you. Oh, the buffering seems to have cleared out a little bit, it looks like, on my end. Things are looking slightly greener again. I don't know how long it will last, but it should at least last momentarily. Dang internet. Okay, one of these two is a 5. Who knows? One of these is a 5. One of them is a 1. I know which one is 1. That's the one that's 1. Okay, so yeah, so these are a 5 and a a 5 and an 8, I guess is what I have. And so therefore this is not 5, it is low, and it is a 4. Is, I suppose, what I should say. So one of these two is 4, which by the magic of Zach Wings tells me one of these is 4, and it's not that one. Of course, if that's 4, that's 9. Okay, what is left in this box? We've still got a 1, a 7, and an 8, and a 6. It's 1 or 6. That's not 1. We know the 7 and the 8 are hanging out over in this column. Not super helpful. Yeah, the white dot, I was a little bit resisting this, but we can do this. We could just go hog wild. Okay, so there's not a 3 or a 4 or a 9 or an 8 on it. Let's see. 1, 2 looks fine. Of course, that not being the 2, that not being the 1. Yeah, so 1, 5, 6, 2, 6, 7. Okay, let's see. What is the coloring of this? Yeah, these are all the same. So if this were a 2, that would be a 4. Why does that break? If this were a 6, 7, it's 2 1s in box 2. Oh, yeah. Right. Oh, yeah, through that cell. Ew, yeah. If this is a 2, then that's a 1 and that's a 4. Yeah, but I am being encouraged to look at this differently and just note that I can place the 3 in box 9, which is probably a better step to do. And so therefore this is a 4. This is a 6. This is a 4. That's a 7. I mean, I'm very impressed that you saw it, but it was a very weird break on a solidly 2-star puzzle to have. Let's see. I know this is orange now. Okay, so this is 2 or 8. Okay, and so now that is a 3. Just by sudoku. And so now that is the other blue, and these are all orange. So now that's the 4. I mean, it's not necessarily a step that would be horrendous in the middle of the right puzzle. This just didn't feel like the right puzzle for that that particular step. Let's see. Oh, yeah, right. I had already marked that that was going to be a 9. So that's a 2. This is the other one. It's a 9, it looks like. This is the other 6, 7. So that means that this isn't a 6. It's a 5, for whatever reason you would like. So then that's the 6 and that's the 7. There we go. It's a 5. I will say that's the kind of deduction that's very difficult to telegraph. And so it can work better in a puzzle that's being mass solved than in a puzzle that's being solo solved. So 6 in this column is over down here. So this has become a 1. 8 and 6. 5 and 8. I can mark, that is true. Maybe mark will help me color. I need the Simon button for coloring. And 2. And there we go. 6, 7, 5, 2, 1. We managed to solve it even with internet shenaniganery. Yeah, with love an autocolor button, it would be fun. I feel like someday someone will make an autocolor button. We just need Chameleon to watch the stream more, and then there'll be an autocolor button. Yeah, it would be very handy if it would like handle stuff like whisper coloring for you, because I feel like you quite often color the same collections of digits, and if you could just specify like, please, as soon as this cell is known to do this thing, then color it this would be nice. I know that's one of the sort of thing where Sven would be like, oh my god, you have no idea the implications of the user interface of that and how you'd have to like allow for various sorts of things, but still, I will fantasize about it still. All right, I'm gonna stretch real quick and then I'll come back and we'll do some 6x6s. So see you in just a moment. Alrighty, welcome back. Let's see, we have a 99% sneaky puzzle here. We have normal Sudoku rules. Digits in cages, sum to the number in the top left corner if given. Adjacent digits in a cage within the same 2x3 box n, where n is the box number, may not sum to or have a difference of n. So this is box 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Boxes 1 and 2, okay, right, and it explains that. Digits may not repeat within cages. So I have to be very careful that these two digits don't sum to 1 or have a difference of 1. I don't think that was a risk. Here, though, already, these have to be 1, 2, 3. But if I put a 1, 3 in the middle, it doesn't work. Because if I put a 1, 3 here, then I need to put it next to another 1, 3, and that's not going to work. So I have to keep them apart. God, I can never remember. What is the Britishism for this that Simon always uses? Okay, so this is either 1, 2, 5 or 1, 3, 4. Yeah, 1, 2, 5, as AFK is pointing out, just doesn't work because 2 can't go next to 1 or 5, is the problem. If I make this 1, 2, 5, then I need to put the 2 next to something, no matter where I put the 2, and 2 next to 1 sums to 3, and 2 next to 5 is a difference of that. So this is 1, 3, 4. But now 1 and 4 need to be kept apart from each other because they have a difference of 3, and so I need a 3 to keep them apart. Okay. And this has a few options. Not quite sure what to do with it yet. I mean, I guess I know this and this are the same digit if I want to get all painty about it. The rule only applies in cages, David, so I can't apply it outside of cages, I don't think. But I do know this isn't a 2, for whatever that is worth. Oh, this just can't be 2, 6. Because if this 8 cage is 2, 6, I can't put both 2 and 6 in this box. So this has got to be 3, 5. And that makes that a 5. And now these are 2 and 6. And now these are 1 and 4. And so this circle now, if I ask what it is, it's not 1, 2, 4, or 5. So this is only 3 or 6. I do know one of these two is 3, for what it's worth. I know one of these two is 5. Okay, so Right, 3 can't go with a 2. It just feels messy to chase, is my hesitation, AFK. So so there is a 2 in this cage. Right. Okay. There is a 2 in this cage is the point. And so there's neither a 1 nor a 3 in it. And so where does the 1 go? The 1 goes down here, and ergo that is a 3 and a 1, and ergo that is a 5 and a 3. That sounds very helpful. You too, ELSF. I really enjoyed looking at your quilts earlier. Let's see. So yeah, so this can't go with 1 or 3. It's no longer going to go with 1 or 3, so that's okay. Let's see. Right. I definitely need a 1 or a 2 in my 9 cage, and I can only have one of them because I need 2 of 1, 2, 3. This has got to be one of the 1, 2, and I need a 3 over here, is what I can definitely do. So that has to be 3. Okay. I like that. And so now 3 can't go next to 1 because that would be 4, so that's a 2, and that's a 4. Okay. That feels nice. Okay, so that's a 6, a 1, a 4, a 6, a 2, a 1. That is a 5, making this column a nice 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's see. Okay, so now that's now a 6 and a 2 and a 4. That's a 6. These are 4 and 5, but I don't know that order. That's a 1. These are 5 and 6 in that order. These are 2 and 5. Oh, and I know the order. That's a 3. These are from 1, 4, something, something. 2. 1, 4, 2. Okay, the 2 is actually placed there, I see. Okay, and these can't have a sum of 6, so that can't be a 4. It's a 1. Not a 4 and a 1. And now I can probably mark and get 4, 3, 5, 4. Yeah, very smooth. Much appreciated. By the way, I should flag, if you do not notice or did not know this, I do allow open submissions for 6x6s. So if you want to make a 6x6 and get it tested and throw it in, then it will show up at random. We have a fancy app that Tristan wrote that just randomly pulls 6x6s we haven't done out. Okay, let's have a look at this one. Shade some cells such that all shaded cells are orthogonally connected and all unshaded cells are orthogonally connected. So we know 2x2s that are entirely shaded or entirely unshaded. Okay, so we're doing yin-yang stuff. Along each consecutive run of shaded cells of the line, each pair of adjacent digits must have a different difference than any other pair in that consecutive run. So we're making it's sort of like a build your own different differences line. There may be no consecutive runs of shaded cells with only a single cell. So for example, if 1 to 4 was a run, 3 to 6 could not also be a run, as those pairs have a difference of 3. Be no consecutive runs of shaded cells with only a single. I don't quite understand what that's saying. Along each consecutive run of unshaded cells along the line, digits cannot repeat, and the sum must be a prime number. Each prime number in the puzzle is different. Note, 1 is not prime. Correct. Digits in cages may not repeat. Digits in shaded cells in cages must have the same sum as digits in unshaded cells in cages unless a cage contains only shaded or only unshaded cells. Okay. That is a lot. See, that's what I would think it was saying, except it's saying no consecutive runs of shaded cells with only a single cell. So it's sort of suggesting oh, the example is about the oh, I see. Okay. The example. Okay, now I get the example. Okay, so I thought the example was about the second part. Okay. I still don't. So it's saying like I can't have two single shaded cells next to each other or something like that. Uh, so this cage, for example, definitely is neither all shaded nor all unshaded. Ooh, we got a donation from Widnicreg. Thank you, Widnicreg. Let's get you a donation dance. Boop 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 boop. Woohoo! Boop 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 boop. Woohoo! Boop 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 boop. Woohoo! Boop 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 boop. Woohoo! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Uh. Uh. Okay. Okay. I now understand this. I now understand how it's read that way, Emma. The my brain was putting parentheses in the wrong place. Okay. So this cage definitely has two different colors of cell, for what it's worth. But annoyingly, I think it's possible that these three are all the same color, so there's not sort of a border break. And likewise, I think these could just all be the same color. I think it's okay. And unshaded has a max of 5 because 21 isn't prime. Did we say we can't repeat digits within each string? I don't know that we said you can't repeat digits within shaded and unshaded stuff. Let's see. So if this is shaded, that cell's also shaded. Oh, unshaded, there's no repeats. Right, sorry. Right, shaded lines can repeat, but unshaded can't. Okay. So shaded is always at least 2. So if this is shaded, this is also shaded. And unshaded would just have to send over, so it could be 1. If this is shaded, this is also shaded. Is that setting me up for disaster with how the cage and the line and checkerboards and stuff interact? Feels like it might be. So I can't have any checkerboards. But let's see. I do know there's 2 cages over here. I don't think we know row 1 needs a break because it could be 6 shaded cells, just not 6 unshaded cells, right? provided that it's possible to put 6 shaded cells in a row, which is, I think, possible. I guess you could say it. There's definitely a break in here. By AFK. Unfortunately, there's not definitely a break in here, because that is 6 cells. But there's certainly a break in here. There might need to be 2 breaks in here, actually. Because how many cells is this? This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. This is 11 cells. So if there's not 2 breaks in here, then this is a string of 5 unshaded and 6 shaded cells in some order. Is the point then that I need 2 breaks in here, I think? I think that's the point. I need 2 breaks in here, right? Because now, now if I look at this around the border, just ignore this cell except that I'm including it in the border. This is now long enough that it is more than 2 groups of cells. And so there have to be 2 breaks, which means there's no breaks anywhere else, right? Do people agree with that? So I think what I'm saying is that all of these are definitely the same shading, whatever that shading may be. And so then this is the other one. I'll switch to shaded and unshaded when I know. So my reasoning, David, was that I can basically say there has to be a break along the line, and that's going to cause a break along the border because even if the break is here, it's still a break along the border. Like if there's a break between these two, that still creates a break along the border. That's how I sort of roped in row 6, column 6 there. Oh, a 7th shaded is possible if you include a difference of 0. Oh, that's sneaky, but it is true. And it might be possible here. Actually, maybe there's nowhere along the series of cells that I highlighted where the difference could be 0. Right, so the difference... I think in the specific cells that I picked, there's no difference of 0. Okay. This yellow string, though, it can't continue very long. And so in particular, I think that's definitely purple, right? Because this is already 5 long along the line. You could go up to 6. You can't go up to 7 in these particular ones. You could go up to 7 if you went that way, but that's always going to end up having to have been changed over to purple. And now... I feel like we know that if I made this yellow, the entire rest of this would be yellow. And again, that's way too many because remember, I only get 1 change along the border. And so I can actually do purple all the way up at least to here, actually up to there, right? Because otherwise I create a yellow streak that is too long. My yellow streak is at most 6 long, so I can purplify all of those cells. And so only one of these can possibly extend to be 6 long, I think. It's possible I should try and go for some, like, pastels here instead of this. Like, we'll do, like, pastel blue and pastel green just for maybe pastel is a generous color. Just so that I could do pastel red maybe. Just to try and make it a little bit more show the lines under, although admittedly that did not really help. Okay, and so yeah, now if I think about it, now blue can't extend to further than here, so all of this has to be red again. And so now this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, that is blue again. Bye, missing. And so now we finally get our 6, 1, 2, 3 business. Okay, so that is a 6 with a 1, 2, 3 by the cage rules. And a 4, 5 running along there. Right, and so both of these reds are at 5. If red doesn't take a 6th cell, Martin's point is, then blue needs to take both of these, and it becomes 7. So red is the differences, and blue is the primes. And so just to make that match the rules, that means red is shaded. Which one is the differences? Yes, okay. The different differences one is shaded, so we're going to make these shaded, and we'll make these unshaded, and that will be a little easier to see the line. Okay, now 6 is not prime, so we know that extends. And also, we can't make this 6 cells long because we would make it sum to 21. So these are both that color. So yeah, we've already sort of made that be maximum. Right. This needs to be 2 or 4 because we're summing this to either 17 or 19, not to 15. Okay. If this is shaded, then that's shaded, and maybe that's okay. Let's see. Can I do anything with the different differences here? There certainly has to be a 6-1 somewhere in my different differences line, right? Because if there's not a 6-1 somewhere in my different differences line, my different differences line doesn't have different differences. So either that's a 6-1 or this is a 6-1, right? Because I've got 5 different things to do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So there is a 6 over here, and the 1 could be in one of those 3. But in that case, that's never a 1 for what it's worth. Uh, uh, let's see. There does have to be one thing of difference 1. Yeah, we also need a 6-2 or a 5-1. Agree. Two, three, four, five, six. Oh, I can't extend this. Oh, I can extend it up to 1 more, but this is definitely back to being blue again. And if I do extend it here, these two are the same digit. Oh, blue can be one cell, right? Blue can be one cell, right? Sorry, you're right. It said for the cages either the same sum or uh, all of them are one, right? So I think the cage can be entirely shaded. Uh, this suggests a three-color yin-yang puzzle with cages, where every color that enters the cage has the same sum. Would be fun. Uh, okay, I'm trying to understand this 516 business. Uh, but I feel like I could do 1-5 here and then 6-1 over there or something, like 6-1 over there or something. Uh, 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 yeah, I feel like there's probably a more profound statement about different differences uh, that I'm not appreciating. This 4-5 has to go up somewhere, up here somewhere, and I feel like it probably goes there. Uh, this is not shaded by 2 by 2. Very good. Because if that was shaded, the next one would be shaded, and that doesn't work. Uh, I am noticing that if this is 1-6, that's a 1, which would go with the 5. Uh, is it as simple as this being a 4 just doesn't work? Uh, uh, because the roping thing is what I'm trying to sort of wrap my brain around here. Uh, let's see. Emma is saying if you go 1-5, then you either repeat a difference or end up with a 2-3 pair. Oh, but Emma has retracted. So the only instance where this is a 6, let's just check that. If this is a 6, then this is a 1. And these are a 2-3. So in fact, it would go, just to fill this in, let's just bifurcate for a second. If this is a 6, this is a 1. Now these differ by 1, so that has to be a 3 and a 2. And now we've done differences 1, 2, and 5. So this difference can't be 2. So that would have to be a 5 and a 1. And I think that all works, right? 4, 3. So that works. I think that combination is acceptable. Unfortunately. Okay, so David says if this is a 4, then we have 3 different differences that are, of course, have to be 1, 2, and 3. So we would need a 4 next to a 1 to be the difference of 3. And then that would make these a 2 and a 3, which would make a difference of 1. Why couldn't I do 1, 4, 2, 3? I think would work. Now, it doesn't work for the rest of it because I would need these 2 differences to be 4 and 5, and I can't make that happen. So it's not actually possible, I think. But I think we need to think more deeply about it to see why it's not possible. Because if this is a 4, then we've used up differences 1, 2, and 3. So then these would have to be differences 4 and 5. But we've already noted that this will be, in that instance, a 3. So that doesn't work. So I'm not sure I can articulate it in a way that zetamath would love, but we just won't tell him. And we'll fill in this 4 over here. Let's see. This can't be a 4. So we know one of these 2 is a 4, at the very least. If that were a 4, that would be a 6, and I wouldn't have my difference of 5. So let's see. If this is a 6, can I really do 6, 1, or have I already broken the world? Row 1, column 5 being a 4 makes 2 differences of 2. Because if I fill in this being a 4, then that's a 6, which is a difference of 2. And then it also makes that a 3. Oh, wait, no. So if I fill this in 4, 6, that's a difference of 2. So now these 2 need a 2. Yeah, digits can repeat in gray. Although they couldn't repeat in this gray in this instance. Okay, because this would be a 1, right? Sorry, by our previous argument. And so now, what is this? If it's a... Well, whichever of these is the 3, it's next to the 5. And that doesn't work. So that does break, I agree. So this is a 4. So that's a 2. And so we know this is a sum to 19. And we know the sum 19 doesn't repeat for the rest of the puzzle, I believe. So that is a worthwhile thing to keep in mind. This is not blue by line coloring. I agree. If this is blue, then because gray has to be at least 2 long, that doesn't work. So this is gray. Okay, there's a 1, 2, 3, and a 6 over here. The 6 down here somewhere. So this is so if this is 2, or if this is 3 cells, then we've got 10, and then we could do This being a 1 or a 3, 11 or 13 are primes. 15 is not. If this is just a 6, then we can get away with 5. So this is always odd, regardless of whether this takes one more cell or not. Let's see. This being a 2 just breaks very quickly. The 4 blue, the problem is it's a 2 by 2, Emma. It's not that you can't have 4 blue. It's that you can't have 4 blue making a 2 by 2. Yeah, the second this is a 2, then this is a 3 and a 1, and I've repeated the difference of 2 by making this 5, 3, 1, which I just can't. So this is never a 2. So one of these two is always a 2, which means that's definitely the difference of 1, right? Whichever, I can't really write it very easily. I guess I can pull out this thing and write it like there. That's my difference of 1, no matter what. So I can't repeat a difference of 1 ever. Let's see. Let's see. Martin says, if this is a 3, then it makes these 3, 6, and we repeat the difference of... Right. Then it makes this 2, 5, and this 3, 6, and that doesn't work. Right. So yeah, so if this is a... Basically, this being a 2, I guess, is really... No, it really is this being a 3, because if this is a 3, then you get a 2, 5, and you end up with a 3, 6. So this is not a 3, it's a 1. Okay, and so these are now 1, 6. Okay, which is a little bit disappointing. That's 4. Oh, does that mean this can't be a 6? No. Actually, yeah, if this is a 6, what happens? If this is a 6, I can't make this a 2, so I have to make this a 3, but then that's a 2. So if this is a 6, I always repeat something. Because if this is a 6, then if I make this a 2, I've repeated 4, and if this is a 6 and I make this a 3, well, then this is a 2 and I've repeated 3. So that's never the 6. This is the 6. That's the 1. And now I can't make this a 1, 2 because we've already noted that's my difference of 1. So that's 3 and that's a 2. And hopefully that gives me 5 different differences. Namely 4, 3, 1, 2, 5. Yep. Okay. These are 2, 3, 5. That is not a 2. Okay. So we know there's a 1, 6 along this gray line on the bottom somewhere, too. There's no repeat rule on lengths of gray, right? I don't think so. These could be a 1, 6. These could be a 1, 6. These could be a 1, 6. And I guess these could be 1, 6. I guess there's a lot of places that could be 1, 6. Let's see. Does it definitely break if all of this is gray? Interestingly, if this is gray, we end up with something kind of interesting. Does it make gray too long? Because I could make these two the same digit, right? I could make these two by both 3 or 4. There's a checkerboard. Yeah. That's very good. Yeah, if this is gray, that's the absolute end of gray, so that's blue, and then we've got a checkerboard, which we can't do. So this just can't be gray. Okay. So now that is blue, and so now that is gray by checkerboard, and the gray grows. So now that is, or sorry, by 2 by 2, and so now that's blue, and that's blue. So this is 3 or 5 only. Right, and this gray grows back up here. And so now this is a 2-cell blue, and so now this is not 6-3, because 6-3 is less prime than average. So there's a 4 over here, 4 over here, 4 down here. There's a 2 in one of these cells, I suppose. We need to avoid the 2 by 2, so this is blue. And the blue needs to grow out to at least there. We need to grow, or we need to avoid that 2 by 2. This gray needs to grow. And now this needs to be blue where the blue isn't connected. And now this needs to be blue because if it's gray, lots of things happen, including that this becomes a second 6 in the column, and we have a 1-cell gray region, and all of the other bad things that happen. So that has become a 2. 2, 3, and 2, 5 annoyingly both work here. This is a 1-cell. Oh, sorry, no, this is not. This is the other 3, 5. Right? Yeah, this is the other 3, 5. To make that work. So this 3, 5 is that 3, 5 is what I actually guess I know. Oh, crap. It could be a 1, right? Damn you. 1 doesn't actually work, though, because of the box. We'll claim I knew that. So this 3, 5 is that 3, 5 because we can't repeat sums in blue. If this is 2, 3, then this is 1, 4. If this is 2, 5, then this has options, I think. Okay, this can be literally anything. And these can be literally anything. These can be literally anything. Right. So the point is, as Emma points out, one of these is 2, 3, and one of them is 2, 5, and so 7 is used, so this is always a 5, which makes that a 3. Very cool. I like that. So that's a 5 over down there, and there's a 3 over down here somewhere. And these are a 1 and a thing. To 4, for sure. This is not 3, 4, 5. I can tell you that much. Interestingly, if this is a 4, we definitely use the 1. Right. Martin is right. This being 3 makes these 1, 4, which breaks that cell. So this isn't 3. This is 5. That's 5. Those are a 2, 3 pair. That's 5. Now these need to add to 7, so they're either 3, 4, or 1, 6, but we know there's got to be a 1, 6 along this line, and this is now the only place it can go, because I can't put my 1, 6... Oh, maybe I could do 1, 6 that way. So yeah, this is 3, 4, or 1, 6. Eep. Okay, these are 1, 3, and 6. Let's form a virtual 1, 4 pair. Yep, agree. These can't be 1 or 4. Oh, 1, 6. Yeah, 1, 6 doesn't work because 1, 6 forces the 3, 4, 5. That doesn't work. Right. So yeah, this can't be 1, 6. This has to be 3, 4, which makes that 1 and that 4, and makes that 6. Uh-oh, why did that not work either? Didn't we just break it? That did work? Oh, we already have 1, 6. I was like, I have to put a 1, 6 here, and doesn't. Don't listen to me. Okay. So that's a difference of 1, so this can't be a difference of 1. So that has to be 3 and 4. And this is a 2 or a 3. But it can't be a 2 because that would be a difference that is inappropriate. So that's a 3. Also, there was a corner marked 3, which was easier than the other way. Let's see. This is a 2. Let's see. That is a 1, and that's a 6 by Sudoku, I believe. That's 12. So we can put a 5 here as the only option to make this work. And I think now we're done with the rules. So I think everything else should follow. 3 and 6. That was a very neat idea. I feel like maybe there's one too many pieces here, but I like the idea of sort of dividing this line into strips. Like the rules all worked together well. This might be the instance where I feel like if you want this many ideas, maybe you really want this to be a 9 by 9 rather than a 6 by 6. But neat ideas there all around. I didn't have any real complaints about it once we sort of got through it. I guess maybe like the beginning, the way we did it was a little bit grindy. But it's possible that with better instincts, having gotten further in the puzzle, we might be able to do it in a way that was a little bit cleaner. But like once we got through the beginning, everything was pretty clean. All right, though, we're going to wrap up stream for there today. If you want to support the channel, please, excuse me, please give the video a thumbs up. Please give the video a thumbs up. I'm not necessarily promising I would do a 9x9 version, to be clear. Also, your subscriptions make a difference. And if you want to make a donation, as we had earlier from Widna please do. We do greatly appreciate it. It does help with things like replacing our toilet seat and every other part of our house that seems to be falling apart at once. And us having a roof is probably advantageous to the continuation of the stream. So huge thank you to all of you who do that. Of course, the people who support on a monthly basis and get the green names and get to do things like suggest puzzles and vote on puzzles and all of those sorts of things. That is a great way to support the stream as well. All right. Huge thank you to everyone. Look forward to more fun videos this week, and I'll see you all again on Sunday. Bye for now.